Yeah, we keep
Yeah.
chickens, but all we do is lick.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep going, man. Keep going. You got it.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't need to do that. All right, look, real quick, man. I'm gonna skip straight to the point. The Beyonce Bowl just happened yesterday. Netflix didn't crash, and I'm stoked about the fact that happened. I mean, I feel Beyonce makes me like question like myself sometimes, because you ever be in the club and then like a really dope, strong woman song come on, and you be like, the song ain't for me. But then every now and then, you know what I'm saying, she get a banger out there, you be like, all right, this ain't Texas, all right, we ain't gonna hold them.
Hey, you at least nod your head. You at least give him on the old head nod.
I heard. It is what it is. All right, bro. Go ahead, give me your opinion, man. Go ahead, tell me what you thought about the bowl, bro. What you thought about Beyonce Bowl, pulling up, looking just like she always has, still looking the way she did with Destiny's Child, with her own child, in the middle of the Super. I want to call it a Super Bowl, but it's not a Super Bowl. And I got questions about that too. I got a list of questions for you about the topics that we got today, ranging from, since we are talking sports, which is new. The first thing, of course, is about this Beyonce Bowl and about her performance, what it means to the culture, why did it happen. Then I have a couple questions about some NFL stuff. You know, that's your thing. I'm not as deep into the NFL since I took a break and all of that. NBA as well. I heard that the numbers is diving for the NBA, and that they're thinking about redoing the 3-point line and a bunch of other stuff. But of course, there's hella trades for my main sport, the MLB, that I can't wait to talk to you about. I'm talking like the Yankees. They look way more formidable now than they did before with Soto. Some of the crazy trades that's going on with the Mets, some of the people that are still in free agency, Rickey Henderson passing, there's a whole lot to talk about. So I just figured we'd go ahead and at least jump it off and start off with what we saw last night, obviously, which is Beyonce doing her Thug Thizzle. So what is your initial thoughts, Brad? What you were thinking? I bet you and I were thinking like the same things, and I don't know if we can talk about all that stuff. Yeah. Go ahead, man. What you thought, bro?
Without disrespecting Jay-Z or anybody, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know, what can't you say about Beyonce? I mean, she still sounds good. She still obviously looks good. I mean, she put on a hell of a show. Like,
yeah, man.
First and foremost, Christmas Day, she just set the bar super high for Christmas Day halftime performances. Like this, just took it and took the bar and just broke it. And like, there is no bar at this point. You can do whatever. Right. Like, she put on a full concert. She gave us 4 or 5 songs. She performed her behind off in all of them. And I mean, like, giving you that gritty. Like, she's like, at one point she was making the faces, and I was like, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? The performance with Post Malone, that was nice. That was a good performance. And look, and we can't just skip past the fact, bro, that they had a whole jean jacket truck. Like Patchwork Annie and her friends got they patchwork on, bro. Like this, they had an acid wash, transport vehicle, which is crazy. I can't hear you, bro. You're muted. But this performance, man, and just. You still muted. I can't hear you.
I hadn't even peeped how they changed the truck into a pair of Levi jeans. I didn't even see it. It didn't even register to me, honestly. And I mean, all right. So I had a lot of thoughts when I'm watching it. First of all, when I'm watching the performance, I'm like, all right, she did her thing, and it's refreshing to see B. Like in full, like, cause everybody ain't been to a B concert. I ain't been. My wife been to.
I've never been.
I ain't never been to a B concert. I've seen clips of them on Instagram, online, and stuff like that. So I I kind of get the sense I know what it's like. I know how extravagant the experience can be. So this for NFL fans is an opportunity to be like, all right, okay, Beyonce, I see you, but hey, babe, yeah, we live. Just listening. You like the Beyonce performance?
Yes, I did.
Just talk about it.
It was amazing. I love how she highlighted the culture, Texan university culture, as well as Texas and Cowboy Carter. And also, I love how she brought out Post Malone and a couple other artists that to be highlighted that are Black women country singers.
Oh, wow. You most photogenic in the house, and you scared to come on camera. All right, yeah, that's cool. So you would recommend it to non-Beyonce fans?
Absolutely.
All right. She said absolutely, but then again, she's biased.
I don't know. I was about to say, Kim, that's kind of hella biased. That's
like a little biased, you know what I'm saying? And why don't you come on over here, man? Right? You're not camera. All right, fine. The camera over here, man.
Yeah. So I see some people say that. Like, do you believe that?
What was the question?
Super Bowl, performance.
Yeah. What about it? Do I think it was better? Well, I don't think it's a fair comparison because she shared her Super Bowl performance with two other artists. Did she not? Didn't she also have to perform with Bruno Mars, and she had a Coldplay to share it? I don't remember her having her own.
Yes, she did.
Well, then I didn't see that.
I think it's a fair comparison for the simple fact that, like, again, this is unprecedented. Like, Christmas Day performances at halftime shows are never looking like this. They not like no, I'm just like they dedicated I want to say 30 minutes to just her, and then gave the commentators about 5 minutes to say whatever.
You saw that, right? You saw that. It was analysis.
Nah.
I was like, okay, then you gonna cut straight to the real show. I mean, even old boy Lamar, he was like, man, I'm gonna come out there and watch.
Yo,
like, sorry, Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, so you were saying, you was in the middle of saying something.
Nah. I just think that Netflix has the ability to secure these type of performances because they're Netflix, obviously, and their pocketbook stretch pretty far. So to be able to get B at a Christmas day, because remember, you just acknowledged that she did a Super Bowl performance.
Yeah, I mean,
what I mean to say is the Super Bowl halftime show is one of those things that is like everybody's waiting for at the end of the season. Everybody looks forward to that the Super Bowl halftime show every single year.
Yeah.
Everybody doesn't necessarily look forward to the Christmas Day halftime show until now. Now Netflix has put excuse me. Netflix has been able to secure someone like Beyonce for something like this. So what's next? What's next? And that's what you would get from a Netflix Christmas Day performance, which they tried to say. They tried to basically do it like nobody's gonna do it bigger than we're gonna do it. Like they gave the players these full length red puffy coats with fur around to make them look like kings, like what I'm saying, like royalty. And the players loved it. I saw at the end of last night's game with the Ravens, Lamar Jackson, before he got off the screen, you know what he said? Thanks, Netflix. look, we love this. We'll be back. We'll come back for this. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Can we speak on there was so much that transcended because of the Beyonce performance, in my opinion, that I feel like it's worth unpackaging it, right? Okay, so first of all, the fact that I want to say maybe about 6-7 years ago, this wouldn't have happened because there was a boycott. You know what I'm saying? Because of the whole Colin Kaepernick thing and all of that. Like the NFL has come fully out of that. This signifies that to me. in my opinion, because I'm one of those people who left. I'm one of those people who was like, nah, I ain't really into the NFL right now. You know what I'm saying? And so for Beyonce and everybody else to come back into the fold, I was watching the pregame, right? And the pregame announcers were saying, for those of y'all who tuned in for Beyonce, just wait. And what that says to me is, my God, that's good marketing, because now you've got people like my wife who you just heard give analysis of the performance, who I walked in and saw her watching the football game ahead of the halftime show, which is exactly what Netflix wants. And not only that, this also proves that they can hold live events. We've seen them fuck this up on multiple occasions. When they tried to do the Love is Blind thing, they had some live thing. I wasn't a part of it, but I heard how it didn't work. And of course, we all saw what happened with the Tyson Paul fight, which was not too long ago. So for them to be able to hold this down, it shows A, that the NFL was able to weather that storm. B, that they know how to market, because they got Beyonce, who doesn't do a lot of performances. I mean, I correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see Beyonce doing interviews. I don't hear her I don't know if she's on tour right now. Beyonce ain't out there right now. She's not slanging new music. She's still doing Cowboy Carter songs. She's still trying to sell her other CD. You know what I'm saying? So she's still promoting, and she's using Netflix, using football. And I also saw regular commercials. I was like, at first, when I saw the first commercials, I don't know if you saw this, but I was like, okay, Netflix, what are you going to advertise? You know what I'm saying? Because, like, you know, but they made it look like a regular game on ABC, NBC, ESPN, which I thought was going to look a little different with on Netflix. And so all of that just says to me that Netflix has now become a threat, and they're looking to become a threat, sports-wise. I mean, does it stop with the NBA? I mean, the NFL? Do they start carrying NBA games? I think it's real funny. But I thought Disney just Disney did. They did. You're right. They did. Yeah. So, and the last thing I'll say is, as much as I loved this performance, there was one thing going through my head, and that was, oh wow, I forgot to call. Damn, things are happening in real time. That was that. While I'm watching it, I couldn't help but feel like in the back of my mind, I hope Jay-Z's scandal does not overshadow this performance. Something in the back of my head was going, man, I don't even want to check the comment section, because I know they're going to be like, oh, they just using this as a distraction. Maybe that's just me being over analytical and overthinking. But I immediately was like, man, I feel bad watching this off rip, because I already know that they ain't going to give her, they're going to try to take away from her performance, and they can't just look at it now. It has to be associated with Jay. So I'm curious. I'm going to look at these comments.
Listen, no. I can tell you, no, that is not the case. And I'm going to tell you, whoever is the marketing and advertising manager of all of this, right? They need to get promotion and bonuses and all kind of stuff, because it's deeper than just football, right? This game was held in Houston, Texas, where Beyonce is from. Right. So it only made sense to have a performer who was from that area perform. Right. And when you get someone who's as large as a Beyonce, and you're able to secure her, because as you said, she's not out here doing anything. So anybody that is able to secure Beyonce, it's because, you somebody. She ain't just gonna be pulling up to nothing, just anything. But the selling point is, it's in your home state of Houston, Texas. You could tell in her performance that she was excited. She was excited to perform in Houston, Texas. She kept on like, yo, you could see like the grit, the everything was Houston. Like, she was like, I'm in my city. I'm in front of my people. You know what I'm saying? And to Kim's point, she was able to also give a spotlight to other young Black women of that area, talent, a spotlight for, even just for a moment, when they all harmonized together, and then they, that was dope. And then she brought out another country
Shabuzi, I
rapper.
think. Is that?
Yeah. So he was out there. So she again, this is her not only just putting it on for her city, but putting on her city. You dig what I'm saying? So like that, like so all of that was like that in itself. When you think about it from that perspective, you're like, yo, this all made more sense than a little bit. So everything that I saw, this performance, and I agree with Kim, it is on the level of a Super Bowl like a performance. This was definitely not the regular. So you know what I mean?
Well, that's one of my questions. I mean, I keep saying Super Bowl on accident, but this is not normal, as we both started off saying. They don't normally have halftime performances of this grand nature to the point where they stop the halftime analysis for the game so that they can focus on the halftime show. I get it, it's Christmas, but could this be the vibe? I mean, why just Christmas? Why not of the week? I mean, the NFL only has an 18-week season, if I'm not mistaken, right? I mean, then it goes to the postseason. So what's stopping this from happening on a weekly basis? Not every single game, but a primetime game where you have a main attraction. It don't got to be hip hop. It don't got to be R&B. But why would Netflix stop doing it now? I mean, why not bring even more artists?
Well, I don't think necessarily they would stop doing it on Christmas Day, because it seems like Netflix secured this day. You also have to understand that other platforms have already secured deals with the NFL to have certain days and certain events. For instance, Amazon has all the Thursday night games. All of the Monday primetime games are through ESPN. Oh yes, ESPN. All of the Sunday night games are through NBC and Peacock. So those platforms are already secured. You get what I'm saying? So it's so unless Netflix, which I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility, is willing to buy this stuff from those other platforms, then right now we can look forward to Christmas Day like we look forward to the Super Bowl Sunday. And if that's the case, because I was definitely one of those people. I was definitely one of those people that was like, all right, I saw how they messed up the Mike Tyson and Paul Jones. I saw how they messed up the Love and Blonde event. I saw how they messed up the Cat Williams event. I saw a lot of mess ups. So I was a little sketchy. About this whole thing and how they were going to proceed. But when I saw what I saw, this product looked like this is a product that is marketable and a product that is stabilized, could be stabilized. So I could definitely see this happening every Christmas Day, and us looking forward to Christmas Day. Like, all right, let's just stay home tonight. You know what I'm saying? Let's stay home tonight. Yeah.
I mean, it. Listen, again, I cannot stress enough how my wife was watching the game, not the halftime performance, but the game, and asking questions like, okay, why don't they just, gaining interest in the NFL because of Beyonce being interjected into it, which is exactly what you want to happen. So I think that this is, it's obviously a win-win. And despite the different results, and despite the blowout, and despite the fact that her home team scored 2 points the entire game on a safety, which was a fluke, if I could keep it real, I think that this has shown that Netflix is a threat from a sports perspective. I think that this overshoots the fucked up way that the Tyson fight went, and it says, all right, look, that happened, but we can still do this NFL thing. I don't know if there's a difference because people were more interested in Tyson or if they fixed it before this, but it worked. What'd you think about her including Blue in the performance? That was exciting. I honestly, frankly, think that was so refreshing. I don't know what the future for Blue is, but I like this addition of her. Like not forcing her on everybody, having her kind of be there and looking like she's enjoying herself. You know what I'm saying? But, not necessarily being forced to have to like sing songs or anything like that. Like she's just Blue. That was good, right? We like that.
I mean, I think I like the fact that whenever somebody, brings their family in or brings their family up, I never have a problem with that. I think that should always be a thing. I'm not of the. I don't like when I hear people like Chris Rock talk about, I'm not gonna bring my brother up. He's got to earn it and all of that kind of. I don't like to hear. I'm just like, wow, what a stance to take. You know what I'm saying? I like one of the things that I love about James. Probably the only thing I love about James Gunn, honestly, is I mean, I mean, like from a like a personal perspective, I think the one thing that I admire about him is the fact that he always includes his brother. Like he's like his brother. It don't matter. Like we'll make a part for you, bro. Like it don't matter what it is. Like I got you. You could be a dog talking. You could be a like a weasel who just wheezes. You know what I mean? You could just see whatever it is. I got you, bro. You gonna be in this, so don't worry. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, I mean that's a thing. Well, I mean, yeah, then a lot of don't, and a lot of folks don't. So
remember we saw Charlie Murphy and Eddie Murphy's movies. We saw Mike Myers when he used to do the Austin Powers movie. He used to always have his brother in it. Every Wayans has saw it in every Wayans movie. So I'm not saying that it's set to a side, but in hip hop, how often do we see mother and daughter, or in R&B, mother and daughter performing together? That's a rare accomplishment. You know what I'm saying? Acting one thing, but like the queen to the I don't know. And I don't know. I thought it was lovely, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. That's not too much time. I think the Beyonce thing worked.
And look, I wanted to say this too, right?
Please.
Kudos to Netflix, because one thing that I would expect, but a lot of places don't do it because they feel like it's a little bit over the top. But Netflix had commercials that promoted Netflix, and I was like, yo, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to promote your stuff on if it's your network. Every commercial should be our stuff. Like, look, hey, we got this coming up. We got this going on. Yo, like, look out for this. Look at it, yo. Look, and I was like, look, I did respect that. So I was like, good look, Netflix. And I want to see more football on Netflix on Christmas Day.
Do you?
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of what if this is what it's gonna look like. Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, Netflix, can I get a piece of that cake? That cake looks so moist on the inside, bro. I just want a piece.
What did you think of the coverage, the actual NFL coverage? Like they had RG3 as like an analyst or whatever.
Not just RG3. They had Mina Kimes. They had all of the people that I've watched on Good Morning Football, GMF, ESPN shows. So all of those analysts are analysts that have worked for ESPN and other outlets, NFL Network, all of them. So all of those announcers, except for Manti, I don't really know that much about Manti Te'o. Other than that, so.
All right. Well, I thought it was cool. I honestly, some of the interest that I had with Netflix was whether or not they'd be capable of producing a show worthy of comparisons for all of the sports stuff that we're familiar with, and it was right there on par with it. I mean, maybe obviously not up to par with where it's probably going to be after a while. Probably have some bigger names other than just RG3, and I mean I know they got some analysts and all of that, but Stephen A is nothing to mess with. Berman, they need somebody that has that, this is our sports representative. You know what I'm saying?
I don't agree.
I
don't
come
agree.
on, man. Like
I don't agree. I don't. Let me tell you what. Let me tell. Nah, you don't. What you have to have is good analysis, and because people tune into the halftime show report to go over to hear analysis. They don't go. Stephen A. What makes Stephen A. so great is that he's animated, one, but that he gives very good analysis. And he's been doing that for years and years. When you give good analysis at a halftime show, that means that you know more than the layman, than the average person, the average Joe. When you can break down defenses and break down coverages and break down what you saw on this play and stuff like that, that's what you tune into. But when you get performances like what you got in the halftime show, and then a good game, that's what people tune in for. That's really what people tune in for. Don't ever get it twisted that people tune in just for the halftime coverage from Mike and Howie and I mean, I'm saying it doesn't matter.
Here's what I'm saying. I think we may be talking about two different things. So yes, they'll tune in to the game, but if they want to have a sports culture on Netflix, then I believe a figurehead, some sort of spokesperson, some sort of lead-off personality is vital to long-term success in that realm, i.e. Bob Costas, i.e. Chris Berman, i.e. Stephen A. Smith, i.e. I'm not saying that these folks, you have to have them in order to produce a sports show, but if you want folks to come to your show, your platform exclusively for exclusive analysis that you will hear nowhere else. Like, I know if I'm watching like ABC, I'm not gonna really get to hear. Like, I look forward to hearing like Stephen A. Smith. I know I look forward to hearing like Mad Dog Russo's analysis, but I know where to go to hear those people. You know what I'm saying? I know where to go to see those folks. And if I go to Netflix, there is nobody other than, I don't know, RG3. I feel like this was like a salad of other like commentators from other different shows. Like I saw Mina, what's her name? She's on ESPN all the time. She's on PTI. She does Around the Horn. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
that's what I was saying.
She's a good analysis, but is she like the Tony Stark of like, is she like the main character? Like, I don't think that she could hold her own alone right now in terms. She's got the podcast. I know they got their own thing. I know she knows her thing. I know she knows her shit. But is she the personality that I don't know. Maybe I might be. I think you definitely think you're overthinking it. Because you're trying to turn Netflix into a sports
hub, and I don't think they're trying to be.
I think that they are.
I think they are. Well, until they make moves in that direction, what this was to get their foot in the door. And so what I'm saying is if having multiple, because I think they want to be a multifaceted platform where you can come for a one-stop shop. They want to be a one-stop shop. But what I'm saying is I don't necessarily think they're trying to take over the market, is what I'm saying. I don't think they're trying to become an ESPN. They're just trying to have some of the stuff that ESPN has. Just like I'm not trying to be professional boxing, but you can come here and see a fight from time to time, or you can come here and see a game or two from time to time. I think they're trying to be that. And if they're trying to be that, it opens the door for them to have these guest commentators, as you were talking about, like a Mia Khans, like a RG3, like a Stephen A. Smith, like you have the ability to have them in as guest commentators, because you're not trying to contract them. You get what I'm saying? I'm not trying to draw you up a contract which would go against what you have at ESPN. You get what I'm saying? I'm just having you on as a guest commentator. So in rotation, you still have your job. You're just coming. So Mia Khan still works at, still does her stuff at ESPN, still works on PTI, still is on those platforms. She came over for a guest thing. Maybe next Christmas you do see a Stephen A, or you do see a Kevin Hart, or somebody else that they add just to spice things up. That's what Netflix does, and they have the ability to do it because they have relationships with all these people.
Yo, I hate to pour water on this Kool-Aid, on this fire right here, bro, because you're cooking. But the truth is, folks like personalities like Stephen A. Smith have exclusivity clauses in their contracts. They can't just go over to Netflix and do something, because Netflix might start throwing money at them and then they lose out on it. Like, it's not good. It doesn't work like that. I think that for certain analysts like Mina and some of the folks who have their own podcasts and they have this individuality and they get invited on the panels to have their own segments, sure. And that's probably where they're shopping. But ultimately, most of these major sports shows end up having some sort of big name that they give a exclusivity clause to. That's why you'll see maybe like a Bob Costas only working with HBO when he has an HBO contract, and then when he gets released from that, he's like, okay, cool, I'll come work with MLB Network. But my point, the first point I want to make is that if you think that Netflix isn't trying to get in on the sports money, if you think that they don't want to compete with ESPN, if you think that this is just a one-off and they're trying to be here just for Christmas shows, you're not looking at this the right way, homeboy. This was a beta test to see if we can take their money. And yes, they're going to have to follow this up with here's why I lead up to this. Here's where my clues are coming from. I watched what Netflix did with stand-up comedy, right? At first, Netflix like, oh, you want to do a stand-up show? Yeah, we'll pay for you to perform and we'll put it on Netflix. And then at some point they were like, well, why don't we just own stand-up comedy? They even created Netflix is a Joke, which is its own separate it's under Netflix, obviously it's Netflix, but it has its own Netflix page on Instagram that's associated with Netflix. And what I say is, don't think that Netflix won't assign and task a sports department to focus only on sports. How do we do what they're doing and tap into that money and maybe even do it better by making it so that people can access the shit whenever they want to, instead of having to wait for whatever it is, time it is that this shit comes on. So I 100% believe that Netflix will, more than likely, and you can mark my words, more than likely sometime within the next 5 years, they're going to secure some big name, or maybe somebody comes up under them that they push. But they're going to have some sort of face for their franchise, and they're going to start pushing sports in a competitive manner so that they can't. So they're not going to be, oh yeah, Netflix for the fight, Netflix for Christmas. No, it's going to be like, yo, you watching the game? No, it's on Netflix. Like, it's coming. The wave is coming, bro. They can't do nothing about it either.
Well, I think what you're describing is when Netflix decides to go into the TV market, and when they decide to become live and go Netflix TV, like become a platform like a YouTube did, then I think then that makes sense. But they haven't done that yet, and also this is the first time that they've done that, and there's other markets that have already stuck their feet in, so they would have to buy out those markets that have already got their stuff secured. And I don't think Amazon is going to give up Thursday nights. I don't think that Bezos is not hurting for money. I don't think that ESPN is about to give up their primetime Monday night games, because one, they have them isolated to ESPN Plus, which is their streaming app, which now you can, like, there's times where you have to own, the only place that you can watch those Monday night games is the ESPN Plus app, which is weird, which is crazy. But I say all of that to say that Netflix is just okay with putting their foot in the ring to make it possible for Netflix TV station. I think that is going to be a thing. I think Netflix is going to go live at some point and become just like YouTube TV, where they because look, if we're being honest, Netflix has been literally get eggnog. Hey, Netflix has been doing what leads me to believe that they're going into that market by playing all of the. If you notice, the shows and the movies and the series that come on Netflix are series that have played on Amazon and on Max and on like all of this stuff that plays on Amazon and Max and even Disney. Once I guess they've had their run of it, then they send it. The Netflix gets it, and then Netflix runs it. So there is definitely business being done internally between these platforms. So maybe they do figure out a way to maybe get every other Thursday or every something from where they work out deals where they can get maybe 2 a Monday night games out of the year with ESPN, but it has yet to be seen. And until something like that happens, then I don't think it's necessary to be worrying about commentating. I think Mia Kimes, Kay. Why can I not think of Kay's last name? Because I should know it because I watch her all the time. And I'm sorry, Kay, if you're watching.
Yeah, I'm sure she's watching.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, exactly. But yeah.
Well, that's cool. Look, I don't know if we'll just have to see. You know what I'm saying? But I do believe that the NFL does have enough content between the 32 teams that what is going to happen more than likely is they'll start in the lower market. They'll start by playing, like, instead of getting the mainstream, Kansas City versus Buffalo games, they'll get the low market games, the Chargers games, the Raiders games, and you know what I'm saying, that they can auction, they can sell off. They might have them in the middle of the day, but they're gonna start collecting these Pikachus, bro. They're gonna start collecting these Dragon Balls. Like Netflix, the one thing one thing that we cannot deny is that when Netflix start doing some shit, they don't stop doing that shit. They get better and better at that shit. Like Netflix, they didn't used to have anime. They didn't used to have like a whole bunch of shit. They decided to make Netflix held Marvel down for a little while. I mean, I'm not trying to stay into that, but we got here until Disney stole it. And then just to watch what they did with the comedy scene, bro, like that's what, to me, like that's truly the indicator. I saw them test the comedies. I watched them sit there and do it with Dave Chappelle. Oh, we're gonna try these specials. And then they was like, you know what? Now let's do a festival. And now they have a whole wing of Netflix devoted to only comedy that's called Netflix is a Joke. So I'm almost certain 2 years from now, Netflix Sports will be a brand and there will be a figurehead. And you'll see some sort of, you know how you see those posters where it's like, oh, it's Stephen A. And then you see like, what was my man back in the day? Oh, he was my favorite old boy that passed away. Stephen with the eye, my man with the eye. You know what I'm talking about. Hold on. Stuart Scott. Yes. Yeah, man. Like they're gonna have to have some sort of, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna have that picture where everybody's like, you know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. They gotta have a team, and on that team, they're gonna want the most marketable personalities. That's all I'm saying.
I think they'll have a tab of Netflix Sports. I don't think there'll be a figurehead like you're alluding to. I think that they will have a tab. I think they'll have a tab in the category that says Netflix Sports, and it'll have an assortment of different sports in that category. But I don't think they necessarily, unless they go live TV. If they go live TV, then it makes sense. Otherwise, you know what Netflix will do? Netflix will do podcasts. They'll have people that do podcasts, and they'll have those podcasts readily available to go and watch and stuff like that. And maybe then you'll get your figurehead if that's the case. But I don't think so. I don't think it'll just be podcasters talking and stuff like we're doing right now. Yeah. So and I've seen them do that for other things too. So that would make more sense. But we'll see.
You know what? You might be right. There's probably going to be a smaller market and a larger market, but I do think eventually that they will have some sort of, but who knows? I guess time will tell. Yeah. What I'm really curious about, before we go into the MLB a little bit, before we go a little bit into the NBA, even because I am curious about this whole you know what? I'll use that as a segue to get into the NBA. But before we go too much there, we've just talked about Beyonce and all that, and all that's cool. But she's not the only one making waves in the NFL right now. One of the best coaches, if I'm not mistaken, of NFL, point blank, hands down, period, did not get picked up to coach at any NFL team last year. And what does he do as a result? He goes to coach college. How's this going to play out, bro? You think that Bill has a future here? Is this him saying to the NFL, I don't need y'all? Is this what he really wants to do just because his dad used to coach at USC for a little while? Like, what do you think this is really about? Now, I know don't near one of us know Bill, so it ain't like we can speak on his behalf or we know what's really going on. But what say you about this move real quick? I just was curious.
All right. First of all, Bill didn't get a job because Bill didn't want a job. That's like Bill did not want to work in the NFL. There were plenty of offers to Bill to be head coach, and Bill didn't take any of them. They were there. The Atlanta job was open. The Dallas Cowboys were talking about they could have, that could have been a possible destination.
Can we stop right there? Can we stop right there for a second? Is that really true? Because isn't McCarthy, hasn't he been with the Cowboys for a while? And I thought Jerry Jones was locked in with him. Like they had a early season last year. 12-5, I believe.
I think all right. This is all right. So the more you get acclimated to football, you'll notice it's the same as baseball. The Dallas Cowboys organization is in comparison the Yankees organization. 12-5 regular seasons don't matter. We want Super Bowl or bust. And I don't say we because I'm a Dallas fan. I hate the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, but, all right. Me and you.
Yeah, I hate them. I hate everything that's
so weird. Go ahead.
My brother, no, I hate them. My brother is a huge Dallas Cowboys fan. I hate them. But anyway, so Bill had opportunities. He could have been the Carolina Panthers head coach. So there were opportunities to do head coaching. He didn't want to do that. This is what Bill wanted to do. Bill wanted to go back and coach young men. And it just so happened that the UNC job was open and he took it. So what do I think this means for Bill? I think this means extending his legacy. He won everything he could win in football. It's the winningest head coach in football history when it comes to Super Bowls. So there's nothing else he can do in football. He's broken all the coaching records in football he can break in the NFL. He wants to go to college. He wants to extend that legacy. So that's what he's going to do. I think he's going to go to North Carolina. I think within 2 to 3 years, they'll be contending for a championship.
Wow. Really?
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, I'm not on my totem pole of sports, at the top is MLB, the bottom is NCAA anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not as familiar with, I think, I don't even know which league they're in.
ACC. They're in the ACC division.
I don't know how competitive, but if I'm not mistaken, it's not the most competitive, not the most exciting division. I don't know, but I've heard conflicting stories about him being offered jobs in the NFL last year. And yeah, maybe he didn't want to go to a team that he had to build from scratch, which doesn't sound like the Cowboys would have been on that list. I don't know that anybody would. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I feel like Belichick would be a perfect fit for the Cowboys right now, even though Jerry Jones steps on the coach's toes too much.
And maybe that's why he didn't sign. Bill probably wants to be in control. And I think that to your point, I think that when he had these discussions with some of these organizations, they weren't willing to relinquish the type of control maybe that he wanted. I don't know. Again, we don't know Bill personally, but I know whatever it was that did or didn't happen, he didn't sign with any NFL teams. So here we are. He's in the ACC. The reason I said I think they're contending in 2 to 3 years, do you realize what the name Bill Belichick does for your
recruitment,
your recruiting portal.
Yeah,
yo, this dude coached Tom Brady. If you're a quarterback, you want Bill Belichick. You're like, oh my God, he coached Tom Brady. I want him as my coach. If you're a defensive player, you know what he does with defensive players. You're like, oh my God, Bill Belichick is it. I got a chance to play for.
Yeah,
you're 100% right. Regardless of what the division looked like last year, because the ACC for many years, what was a powerhouse conference, I think they still are a powerhouse conference because Clemson comes out of there, Florida State still comes out of there. So they do have some big name teams that are still formidable. So I think that North Carolina immediately is elevated to a top tier team because Bill Belichick is there. The transfer portal is a thing in college football right now. So if you're a player on another team, you're like, oh my God, Bill Belichick's over there, I'm leaving. This is where we're at in college football. Which I hate that. I hate the portal right now. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I do. I think it's absolutely ridiculous because the whole thing. If you have a letter of intent and you decide that you're going to go to a college, I think that if your decision to go to that college is I'm going there because I like the program, I like the coaching staff, I like what all of those things, and then the coach leaves or something changes within that, I think then you should be allowed to make a decision whether or not you want to stay. But if you just don't have the type of season you feel like you should have had the season before, and you just like, all right, I'm gonna leave, I'm not a fan of that because what you're doing is you're leaving people out to drop. I'm talking about the players. The players have that's what the transfer portal is.
Of course,
So what I'm saying is you're leaving teams high and dry. So if a team recruited you based off need and then you leave, now they have to replace that need, and then they wind up getting something less attractive because they didn't do the recruiting necessary to acquire a top tier position athlete at that position. There's a lot that goes on in recruiting and everything like that. So I don't think that the transfer portal is being used properly at this point because everybody's leaving after 1 year.
What would you define as success for Bill Belichick at the UNC level?
What would I define as success? I mean, I think what I would. It's not about what I would define. I think what he defines as success would be a national championship.
Okay.
I mean, when you think about it, when you won nothing but Super Bowls, you know what I'm saying? Anything less than the Super Bowl is like. So I don't think he's gonna go into college and be like, yo, I'll just be okay with winning a conference title. Nah, nigga. He wants the whole kit and caboodle. He wants the whole shebang bang.
I feel like I agree with you. I feel like that would be success from his standards, perhaps. But if I'm sitting in a University of North Carolina boardroom with the head executives that talk about how we bring in revenue, then I feel like he's already won. There's no bar at this point. He's made UNC football relevant. You know what I'm saying? Which was not the case before. UNC basketball has been very relevant all these years. But UNC football, if I'm not mistaken, hasn't necessarily been that relevant. And like you said, if he's going to be a figurehead that's going to be used as a name who has all this history behind them with Tom Brady and the New England Patriots, where he's able to bring them ring after ring after ring, and now he's basically selling himself as the coach that can get you prepared for the NFL, then yeah, they're going to get some really dope recruits. They're going to make a lot of folks leave, a lot of a lot of athletes leave their school to go to that school just in hopes of being able to get to the NFL a little sooner. And I think that ultimately, if he leaves after 2 years of building up a program that gets folks ready for the NFL without having any success with the bowls or winning in that division, I think that he still leaves a winner. I think that there's no downside. The only thing that Bill could do to fuck up what's happened is to lose, is to do worse than what it is that UNC football has done. And I don't know if that's going to be the case. I mean, he just has to not. I don't think that they're expecting him to win everything. I don't, so I think that it's an easy, cush job. We got you here for your name, bro. We got you here for the history. And all you have to do is be here enough to keep us relevant, build up the revenue, and then go to the retirement with your 24-year-old wife or whatever this is you got going on. You know what I'm saying? I think like it's more of a decision that's more business than it is strategy, football-wise.
I think you're wrong. I think you don't pay a person. I don't think you pay a person $30 million for just to be a face of anything. Like I think when you get somebody like that's like me drafting Jordan and then not expecting to win a championship when all he does is win. That just doesn't equate to in that way. I think for Bill, this is following in his dad's footsteps. His dad was a college coach. I think at Army. I think it was Army. And also I do believe he coached at North Carolina. But I think more importantly, it's again to extend his legacy. He's done everything that he could do at the top level. Now he needs to go into college and dominate to solidify his name in the record books and then the halls of fame at the top of the totem pole. I think that's where he's at. I think he knows what he's coming to UNC to do, and I think that is to change culture and to win football games, and I think he's going to do both. And I think that's when you and I can compare what he's doing to one Urban Meyer, right? Urban Meyer won in college and then went to the NFL to try to do what it is that Bill Belichick is doing, and which is win at the top at both levels. He wasn't able to do that, but that is something, something in itself. What you call it did it just recent. Nick Saban
did do it.
Nick Saban did it. So went and won a whole bunch, and then so. My bad. No,
I was going to say, it's funny that you mentioned Nick Saban because if I'm not mistaken, there is a video. I think Nick Saban had a chance to interview or speak to Belichick on this exactly. So I might have that. Let me see if I can get that up here real quick and let's see what it is that they said. If I'm not mistaken, let's check this out for a second.
Must have been pretty easy to copy our model at Alabama since it was your model. Right?
Oh, you two are the best.
Hey, Coach. Nick, you are crushing it. You are crushing it on TV. And Pat, I just want to say this is 2 years in a row I've been on College Game Day, which honestly I didn't think I would ever be on College Game Day, and now this is 2 years in a row. So I don't know. Can I nail down kind of an annual spot on this?
Yeah, we'll see you soon.
Hey, you win some games. You can come on a whole lot, Bill.
So, yeah, you got two goats talking in the college sport. I mean, let me ask you this. Any concern about the fact that Belichick did not really achieve much success after Brady left?
No, because if you watch what was going on in New England didn't have a quarterback. Their defense was still top tier under Belichick's tutelage, so they still were top tier. And they're still going through that process even after he's left. They still have not. They're like Drake May is their current quarterback. He shows potential, and it looks like they may have found their guy. But this is his rookie season, and we'll see what it looks like next year. We'll see if he develops and gets better. But that is what I attest to him having his struggles with. He did not have a quarterback. They did not have anyone that was even remotely good at the position.
Now, Tom Brady left the Patriots, went to a decent team down here in Florida. A year later, Super Bowl. I don't know, man. I'm starting to feel like the legacy of Bill Belichick is Tom Brady. You know what I'm saying? To an extent. I know defense, I know, but he's an offensive guy, right? Wasn't he under when he was at the Giants? Wasn't he an offensive line? Wasn't he an offensive coordinator? Didn't he work up under when he was wasn't he with the Giants?
He was a defensive coordinator.
He's always
been defensive. Okay. He's always been there.
All right. Thanks for keeping me honest. I mean, I never, NFL, not the top sport for me. But I just feel like as a sports spectator, when you have in your winning equation star quarterback, and then you lose star quarterback and then don't have success, but star quarterback goes on to continue with success, it almost feels to me like that equation is necessary for success. So can Bill Belichick do anything at UNC without a Tom Brady figure? I don't know. That's a question we'd have. I don't know, bro. That's why. Well, I feel like Bill could have waited one more year, bro. I feel like he would have went to the Chicago Bears. He would have went to Dallas. He would have went somewhere. He would have got more money. Would have been there for a little longer, and he would have had to deal with the recruitment and the NIL and deal with the portal and all this other stuff that he's going to have to deal with now that he's in this new thing that he's in. I feel like it's spiteful. I don't think that this was a decision that he made because he just loved to coach. I feel like, yes, he's in the game because he loves to coach, but I feel like going to North Carolina was more of a middle finger to the NFL. That's what I'm feeling.
I don't know really know where that logic would even make any sense. Middle finger the NFL. The middle finger the NFL say it keeps saying that you keep saying no offers, but I'm telling you, this man made a decision to not coach in the NFL. This dude is heralded as one of, if not the greatest head coach in NFL history. To your point of the whole Tom situation and why Tom won a championship, and because why did Bill not? For the same reason that I told you that Bill did not win a championship is the same reason why Tom did. Tom went to a team that needed only a quarterback. And that's what he did. He went to Tampa Bay, who at the time had three top receivers in Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and the tight end at the time.
Mike Evans is still a beast, by the way.
It's still a beast. They had a running game of Rashad White and some other guys or whatever. I don't even remember what the guys were. But their defense was top tier. Their defense was top tier at the time when Tom came there. So yeah, it only took Tom getting acclimated with the receivers, and then him and Mike Evans go on a tear. Tom throws almost 50 touchdowns in a season, and most of them are going to Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, and so on and so forth. So that's why I don't necessarily hold it against Bill Belichick. And granted, remember, I'm a Jets fan, so I could care less about Bill or Tom. But I'm just saying that this guy was not successful because he didn't have what the tools to be successful. He's not going to have that problem in North Carolina. Their recruitment class may be the top recruitment class next year. They may very well have that top recruiting class and get everybody that they want. Top quarterback, top this, top that, top this.
But so help me understand this. What changes for him in North Carolina as opposed to what he had in New England? I mean, if he's the biggest, baddest, dopest, most winningest coach then how come they couldn't use that in New England, Bob Kraft and them, to recruit better players for him to continue winning after Tom Brady left? I don't understand. The math isn't mathing. Or is it just that he wasn't up to building another dynasty? It just feels like there's a gap in Bill Belichick getting hired at UNC and Tom Brady leaving the Patriots.
I think the reason that Bill left the Patriots, if I'm being all honest, is when you're so used to winning, losing feels horrible. And I think like, nah, but not just like on a regular, like, you know, like if I lost, I just go home. Nah, we talking about debilitating. And I think for him, he just couldn't go through the losing anymore. He was like, nah, like he went through 2 seasons, I think 2 or 3 seasons after Tom left, that were losing seasons and they just weren't getting better. Like, so he left. He just left. He was like, I can't do this. I think it's not so much about the rebuilding process as it was just the watching each week the team not give it their all and not play to the top of their ability. I think what he values is the fact that these are teachable young men. Like, it's different dealing with grown men than it is dealing with young men. You know, young men are more they're more likely to do what it is you say than a grown man. A grown man might hear you and be like, yeah, I ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? And then it's a different type of attitude. But these young kids are coming in, their eyes are wide open. They're like, oh my God, you're Bill Belichick. You won so many Super Bowls. You coached Tom Brady. You got stories. I think they're coming in wide-eyed, bushy-tailed, and very, very open to critique and development. And I think that's going to bring him and motivate him to coaching again. I think that's what he was doing in New England that made him lose that edge.
You say around these young people, how much of his decision do you think was steered by, since he's into young folks, into this new little honey little tender thing he got right now that he was caught coming out the crib, you know what I'm saying, a long time ago, that he now went public with, his new ability to relate to the younger culture, so to speak, perhaps is now surfacing because of his connection to Lil Miss Thang Thang. This dude is 73. She's 24. She's waiting for the wheel to kick in. Do you think that she has any influence on his decision? None at all. You don't think that none of the stuff, her introducing him to TikTok, he just got on social media this year, you don't think she has anything to do with this? She is influencing his decisions. And I happen to think it's not too far-fetched for him to think that maybe he got some pep in his step because he done got him a little something said. So I can hang with these little college young bucks. If I could deal with these prima donnas in the NFL, if I could deal with like a Gronk, and I got to deal with a Brady, I could deal with these little cats, especially if I could deal with Lil Hannah. You don't think so at all?
I absolutely think she has absolutely nothing to do.
Nothing at all, bro. Be honest, man. Keep it real.
I am being 100% honest. Like, I don't think she has anything to do with his decision to go into North Carolina, to being a coach at North Carolina, to being a college coach. I think that, again, when you go through what he's gone through in the past 2 to 3 seasons of losing in the way that they were losing, when it was being non-competitive and all of that, it lit like that. I feel like that's what really caused him to leave. And then the opportunity presenting itself, the opportunity being the North Carolina job, I think he was like, oh, this seems advantageous to what I'm trying to do, which is recommit myself and revitalize my coaching career. So I think that's what made it. And listen, if I'm being honest, she's a girlfriend. She's not a wife, which means she's interchangeable, which means she's here today, gone tomorrow. And if your whole type is young, vibrant women, what better place to pull up to than a college?
That sounds terrible.
Look, they're all legal. So I can't be. I cannot listen. I will not fault an old man for wanting to go after some young, as long as they are legal. Sir, have your fun, because at any given time, all of those women have the opportunity to say one word: no. No.
I mean, listen, we're not debating the legality of it. I'm questioning the integrity. And you stop me if I'm yes. I said integrity. I don't post my girlfriend if I'm a 73-year-old man. We talking maybe a fiance, but no, I don't. This is not his decision. If you can't see this, then you are far removed from this as well.
No.
But Bill Belichick wants to come clean. You think he wanted to be outed? You think he wants this selfie posted? This is what he's doing to keep this young girl by his side. And I personally want you, if I become 73 and for some strange reason I'm not with Kim, which better not happen because I know that's my life queen, but if for some strange reason I'm not, and I start frolicking about, if this happens, you pull me aside, had that talk with me, bro, because I don't want to be this guy. I can have my fun if I'm that age, but I don't want to be the guy who's standing next to a chick who looks like my granddaughter. And they have to keep asking me at Denny's or IHOP whether or not I'm ordering something for my granddaughter or my niece. I don't ever want to be in that situation, point blank. Now, to each his own, obviously. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't be interested. I'm just saying the public aspect of it. The public aspect of it is the uncouth part that I think that I don't think that he wants to have to deal with. And I'm saying that knowing that Bill Belichick is a multimillionaire who has a litter of his choosing, I'm sure, of women of all ages, races, and kinds. But something happened with this one right here, bro. And this one's influencing shit.
All I'm saying is, if Bill Belichick pulls up to North Carolina campus and starts handing out college degrees like they are like Oprah does cars, I won't be mad if he has a slew of baddies that are all trying to graduate on the strength of. Listen. Again, when you get to be this age, man, if you're not a married man and you choose to live your life to the fullest because every day at this point could be your last, then I in no way have a problem with you going this route. And if they say yes to you, sir, enjoy the last days of your life however you see fit. I'm just saying, I would never judge a man for his taste. And
I'm judging you for not having no shirt on coming out the house when you had a booty
that is
call.
a whole
I'm judging the fact that this was released. The fact that this is like the ring light cam is on the internet is suspect in itself. I'm questioning her on this as well. Like this, to me, I can't get past being with somebody and having this young. And I bet you she start talking about marriage. You know what comes next? What's up with the life insurance? You know what I'm saying? Like it's clear. When I told Kim, I was like, yo, this dude is dating. She was like, hey, get that bag, boo. Stay in. She was like, I hope you hang in there. She was like, hang in there. It won't be long now.
It won't be long now. Look, look, how could you be mad? How could you be mad at that? But listen, my whole thing is they are both aware of what this is. She's aware, he's aware.
Fair.
So as long as they're both aware, I'm not mad at either one of them. Like Kim said, baby girl, get your college paid for. If you make sure he's got a account that he's dedicated only to you, just in case. We're gonna call it the just in case account. Just in case I die, This will be here for you, baby. I'm gonna make sure you good, just in case. Yo, yeah. So look, man. I'm not mad at it.
All right. I'll lay off it. Look.
Do I want my daughter? Would I want my daughter to do this? No.
Yes.
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily.
If you get wired, if you get it.
First of all, I would never want my children to wire me shit. I won't wire me nothing. But more importantly, I don't want that old nasty, all on you, girl. Stop it. That's my daughter.
Yo.
But hey,
hold that thought, yo. I got to use the bathroom. I don't know what to do. This has never happened before. I'm just gonna go.
Yo. Excuse us while Vince attends to his plus 40-year-old kidneys that can no longer retain the amount of liquids he applies. But yes, man, shout out to Bill Belichick for living his best damn life right now. There's nothing wrong if she don't see nothing wrong. You feel me? You know what I mean? Shout out to the comment section. We appreciate y'all pulling up. Always a blast. Always a blast. We are taking a momentary break from the action while Vince attends to his bladder. Play around. Hey. If you are just joining us, we are momentarily paused while my cohort relieves his very small bladder. We will be back in 60 seconds. Bear with us, because we will be back talking about all that you want to hear. Yeah. Come on, little bladder boy. Come on, man.
Oh, it was more than that. I didn't realize eggnog moved so fast.
Oh man.
I mean, it started. You know what? Let me not get too deep into it.
Yeah, let's not get too deep, man.
It was probably
bubbling. He was bubbling over there.
That's why I look like Bill. Bill, like he trying to get to the bathroom right there. Like, open this shit up. You know what I'm saying? Nah, let me stop. All right, well, that was fun. Whew, man, I feel better. Okay. Well, listen, Bill, good luck. I suppose. I want to shout out Nolly.
He needs any luck
for a second.
Yeah, I don't think he needs any luck.
Yeah. Fuck you, bro. You be all right. Ain't nobody rooting for you. You gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying?
That man got money to make sure his dreams happen. It's no luck involved.
Right. Okay, good. Well, I wanted to get back to something though, because we did start this off by talking about Beyonce and how Beyonce was instrumental in bringing people's eyes to the NFL yesterday. Question I have for you, sir, is since Beyonce came on the screen, is that going to help the NFL own Christmas Day? Because I checked, and according to LeBron James, the NBA still owns Christmas. Do you think that the NBA really still deserves to own Christmas the way LeBron claims they do? Because I mean, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, right? Like last night.
Yes.
Yeah. They was like, yeah. So, you know, NFL, I love y'all or whatever. But you know, NBA, the Christmas is ours or whatever. Like, really? What you think about it?
Yeah. First of all, LeBron, sit down. That
Whoa.
game. Let me first of all say this. LeBron, y'all's game was over at like 10:30, 11 o'clock last night. Y'all play on the West Coast. Most people was asleep and did not see y'all win with a buzzer beater. Yeah. Now look, as a Laker fan, I loved it. But sit down, bro. Until y'all get back to playing in the daytime when people are awake and and still have energy. Because in case, listen. No, don't zoom in on me for a second. I need to have a conversation.
Okay.
With LeBron. I think this is what it's gonna take. First of all, LeBron, I know this is hard for you to understand because you're usually not home for Christmas. But people stay up all night long, wrapping presents and getting prepared and making sure that Christmas is special for them, sometimes their loved ones, kids, family, that type of thing. And so what they do is they stay up all night and then they eat and they stay merry during the day. And then guess what? They at some point get tired and they get tired and they go to sleep because they had such a busy day. So nobody's gonna be up watching you do stuff at 11 o'clock at night, 10:30, 11, whatever. The NBA also owes us an apology because we as fans thought that we would see our favorite players play in the games that we tune in to see. And this season alone, y'all have taken the softest approach that I've ever seen to professional sports, which is why the NBA is losing all of this viewership because people aren't tuning in to see Russell and Austin Reeves and Hachimura and Dalton Knecht, and we're not tuning in to see them. We're tuning in to see LeBron James. So when these players like yourself decide to take off work for personal reasons and foot protection and whatever management, as y'all say it, injury management and all of this stuff, we as fans start to realize that we don't need to tune in because 9 times out of 10, our favorite players is not going to be there. So, and also, what is this thing? I don't know. The NFL adopted it this year too. What is this thing where when we start blowing you out or we're getting blown out, we take out all of the star players. They don't have to play no more. And that's another thing. That's a whole other thing. We've had blowouts this season in the NBA. And as soon as there's a blowout or appears to be a blowout, you take out all of the starters. You take out all of the players that we came to see. And now we're just watching the scrubs play. Well, I wouldn't say scrubs, but we're watching the second and third stringers play. And we didn't come to the games to see those either. So yes, NBA, stop worrying about changing the game of basketball and doing things that you don't need to go messing with, and start going back to what made basketball fun, which was the players being there and us being able to watch those players despite all of these nagging things that they deal with. Because I come from an era where players played hurt They just did it. Why'd they do it? I don't know. Maybe the millions of dollars you were paying them to do it for. But I could be me. I could be wrong. But I'm done. I think I've said enough. But LeBron, from now on, when they put a microphone in your face and you feel the need to speak on the entire NBA, don't.
Red, yo. I mean, but the point that he was making, I think, is that in the past they haven't had to compete with other sports as hard on Christmas Day. Normally, and it's true. I mean, I think back to Christmases in the past, and the NFL has Thanksgiving, and Christmas normally is the NBA. There's normally some Bulls, Celtics, Lakers, whatever game, and it happened, and he's not wrong about that. The thing that I think is different this year is that he's saying this, I believe, under duress, because he also has seen the sports analysts speak about the declination of the NBA's numbers, the lack of interest that people are showing, the fact that there's too many threes. There's talk about changing the 3-point line. I think that statement, it reeks of hit dogs holler. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh snap! Like, not only are people less interested in our sport, but now the NFL is coming for our primetime spot outside of the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? It's defensive. And let's keep it real. You just said it. Folks are tuning in to see LeBron, Steph, you know, like your favorites, Harden. What happens when these folks go? Who's the and you tell me, you're the NBA guy. I'm not the NBA guy. Who's the next thing? I keep hearing about Steph and LeBron. And yeah, I'll hear about Harden, and I'll hear about, you know what I'm saying? And again, you know, since I'm not plugged in like you,
I'll answer that.
Talk to a non-NBA.
There are plenty stars in the NBA. So that when stars leave the NBA, there will be more stars that arise in the NBA. Right now, you have Nikola Jokic, you have Nikola Jokic, you have Ja Morant, you have the Anthony Edwards of the leagues. These are all young players. You have the Shai Gilgeous-Alexanders. There are plenty of young stars, the Pablo Blancheros. So there are definitely plenty of stars in the league. You still have Jaylen Brown. You still have my man from Boston. So you definitely have. There's endless. There's never going to be a minimal amount of stars in the league. There's always going to be stars. This is not the problem with basketball. The problem is not the 3-point line. The problem with basketball is that the NBA adopted European rules. Basically, this is the softest basketball league that I've ever seen. You cannot play physical defense. You touch somebody, it's a foul. Like the NBA thought it would be a great idea if teams scored a lot of points. That would make it more exciting for the fan if teams were allowed to score more points. The problem with that is what I told you before. When teams do score a lot of points, they take out the starters, and they take out the starters from the other team because they're getting aired out. Now, if it was like a back and forth all the way to the end of the game, like it was last night against the Golden State Warriors and the Lakers, that's exciting for basketball. When you have a buzzer beater that comes down to the last 6 seconds, and then your star players make plays. But if they all have to be in there to do that, is what I'm saying. And what people are realizing is that these players that play now get to take off nights. There'll be nothing wrong with a player, and then there'll be a injury report that comes out that says, oh, the team decided to sit him tonight to manage his fatigue or manage his health or all of that kind of stuff. Since when? Why do you got to do that? Like, you shouldn't. The amount of games that the NBA has had has been that way for a very, very long time. A very, very long time. So 82 games is what the league is what the NBA plays at right now. They play, sometimes you play back-to-backs, sometimes, and as a basketball player, as someone who played basketball almost all my entire life, it does rule on your body. But when you're getting paid millions and millions of dollars, that's what the expectation is. If I work at a job and I'm making $40-50 an hour, it may be a hard job. It may be some hard work that it entails to make that type of money. You know what I'm saying? So that's what this is all about. And for some reason, the NBA stars and the NBA players thinks that excludes them. Like, you can't be making the amount of money that you guys are making and then decide that I'm just going to take off because I'm a little tired tonight. But
Ty, if you're getting blowed out though, I mean, we've seen teams sit their starters and put in third string when they know, you know what I'm saying, that there's very little chance of the team coming back, right? To preserve, prevent injury, preserve stamina, stuff like that, right? That's not something new, right?
It wouldn't be anything. It wouldn't be even a discussion if it didn't happen so consistently this year. There's a lot of consistent blowouts this year.
Oh,
and that's the problem. The problem isn't that teams sit their starters during a blowout. The problem is there's way too many teams getting blown out, which means that there is an inequality of talent spread out throughout the league. There's no reason that these teams should be getting blown out the way that they're getting blown out on a regular basis. So that's what the problem is. That from the eye test, when you see what you're seeing, and then how they respond to it. If the whole idea is that we're losing fan interest, you have to then dive deeper into why you're losing fan interest. What is it that is the consistent problem that is causing us to lose this fan interest? And when you dive into that, the things that I've alluded to and the things that I've illuminated are the fact that A, the players aren't playing, and B, the games aren't competitive. They're not competitive as they used to be. So now you, as the NBA, have to figure out what you're going to do. Taking away the 3-point line or moving the 3-point line back or doing any of that stupid shit is changing the game of basketball, and that is not what necessarily needs to happen.
Wow.
That's not.
What about people that say that the game has changed multiple times, and typically the changes come about when they notice that there's issues? You know what I'm saying? Like there wasn't always a shot clock, there wasn't always a 3-point line, stuff like that. So is this just a time where the NBA just has to adjust to the new generation or to the new updated whatever the heck it is? Or, I mean, are we just now kind of realizing that maybe the NBA really wasn't all that? It was the stars the whole time. You know what I'm saying? It never really, it has always been about the stars. It's always been about the Dr. J's, the Magic Johnsons, the Steph Currys. It's never been about just the talent, because talent, I mean, I guess it's still there, is it not? You just listed a whole bunch of dudes that are still doing their thing, but they're not personalities. They're not household names. And that's what ultimately I think, I don't know, maybe they're losing just that. There's nobody exciting right now. There's no Dennis Rodman. There's no even Bill Laimbeer, Larry Bird. I mean, I didn't like those guys, but you knew who they were because they did extraneously crazy shit. I saw some cool dunks yesterday, but who's that consistent? Damn, this dude right here, bro. I mean, Anthony Davis, Unibrow. Go ahead.
There's still that too. There's still Ja Morant is electric. He's electric. Every time he steps on the court, he's doing something that's unbelievable. He's doing 360 layups and dunking on people that are way taller than him and everything. Anthony Edwards also high flyer, extravagant, huge blocks. I'm telling you what it is. It's the lack of competitiveness, the competitive nature of it. The things, what made playoffs and stuff exciting was, yes, the stars won, but also the games in which they competed with each other, where back and forth, it's like you never know. Like it's like, what you call it, like where stars go at each other. Like you had the matchup with the Kevin Durant against the LeBron James, and they go at each other. Like, Kevin comes and dunks on LeBron. LeBron comes back and dunks on the team. Kevin just pulls up a three. Yo, that excitement is what keeps a person engaged in these games and stuff like that. When you don't have those players on the floor, or everybody's buddy and you know what I'm saying, not really going at each other's throat. When the best player doesn't defend the best player, you know what I'm saying, on the other team, it's stuff like that makes the game lackluster. It makes the game not as appealing. It makes the game. So that's what this is all about, man. Like when you don't get the best out of your best, when the best are pulling up, like, I can give you 60% tonight. I'm not going to really give you, you know what? I'm sorry. I just don't feel like playing tonight. Yeah. It's my ankle's a little sore. They like, all right, no, you ain't got to play tonight. You know, we just playing. Yes.
When's the last time that happened? Just help me understand. Like, is that really happening that much?
Yeah, that's happening a lot. I played fantasy basketball, and so I'm tapped into all of the players. I'm tapped into all of the players, basically what they do on a nightly basis, and a lot of players are sitting out. And then the excuses are like, the excuses are, the team decided to manage, there's some soreness, or the player showed signs of this. So that's my thing, is they protect these players more than they need to. If the player's going to get hurt, the player's going to get hurt. It's just a part of sports. We all know that, especially those. No, it's true. It's a part of sport. But it's a part of sport. Listen, what I'm saying is the difference in what we saw in the 90s and what we see now, and even not just the 90s, but even the early 2000s, players played hurt. Kobe literally played with a dislocated finger, and the dude just went to the sideline and had somebody yank it back into place, and it got right back on the court. And
you can't start comparing all the NBA players to Kobe, though. You're
right. Yeah. Well, when I'm talking about the prototypical. But listen. As a Stark Kobe fan, when my prototypical NBA player looks like Kobe Bryant every single time. He has desire, heart, passion to play the game of basketball because he loves the game of basketball, and he gives 100% to every game that he plays of basketball. These players that now get paid contracts that are unbelievable in comparison to these players that I'm naming from the past. We're talking about $200 million contracts, $300 million contracts, and these players, are pulling up like, I just don't feel like it tonight, man. I just, I'm not having a good night. I just feel like I'm gonna sit out tonight. And then you got the organization say, "Oh, that's cool. We're just playing the Detroit Pistons. It's all right. You can sit out." And then think about the person that bought season tickets. They bought season tickets to come see their favorite player. Now you go to the game and your favorite player is sitting on the sideline. You don't even get to see him play. And you notice that they don't have anything on them as far as like injury wise, like there's nothing going on. So that's what I'm saying. The NBA has to get back to its grassroots. It has to go back, and it has to allow some physicality. It has to tell the refs that, look, we can't call a foul on everything if you touch somebody. Like, we got to let the players play. We got to get back into that. And then maybe with the level of physicality comes a level of toughness. You get what I'm saying? So instead of everybody just being so, it's soft, I just got to call it what it is.
Hey, say what you mean to say.
Yeah, man. Then it goes back to, players playing with heart and playing with desire and toughness. And that's what we need.
Did you see the I think it was the Sixers versus the Spurs? When old boy, one of the players was ejected. I think his name is Andre Drummond.
Yeah, Drummond. Yeah, Andre Drummond. It's Andre Drummond.
Okay, but he gets kicked out for pushing. There's a dude named Wemby. All right, I forget my lack of familiarity.
Wembanyama. It's Wembanyama. Yeah, Wembanyama.
Yeah, I think he's and so he gets kicked out for tech, and then they reviewed it, right? And then it turns out the dudes did, he kind of pushed, Wemby put on a little bit for the quote unquote foul. Yeah. And they bring Drummond back into the game after ejecting him, which is something folks were saying they hadn't seen before. Now, the reason I bring this up is because when I saw that play, it didn't look to me like Drummond was for the fuck shit. Like amongst the people that you're speaking of that are soft, I am wondering if I don't know if he is amongst those folks, is I guess what I'm saying. And I wonder if his kind is being overshadowed by those who are. You know what I mean? What did you think about that play?
This isn't it.
I can't find it.
No, that's fine. Well, first and foremost, that's a part of basketball too, right? When you play with passion, when you play with toughness and heart, and physicality, sometimes tempers flare, and pushing someone should not be an ejectable thing. It never should be an ejectable thing, because there's going to be shoving, there's going to be pushing. Now, I believe that throwing a punch to a person's face or throwing a punch at all, it should always be ejectable and always has been an ejectable offense. But the pushing and shoving, first of all, this looked way more extravagant because Wembanyama weighs 100 pounds soaking wet. He's very, very slim, very, very slender. He's 7'3" inches tall. 7'3", I think, inches tall. And one of the tallest players in the NBA, but he has a very, very slim physique. Andre Drummond, I think, is 6'10", and weighs like probably 265, somewhere like that. He's a little thicker of the two. So him pushing a little slim, frail Wembanyama would look way more extravagant, because I'm sure he flew across the floor and did all kinds of stuff and everything like that. So it made it look more but even then, the referees being trained to look at that and say this is a ejectable offense is not the NBA I want to watch. I don't want to watch that NBA. Like, I want to see some shoving. I want to see tempers flare from time to time, because it shows me that if it's my team, that they're playing to win this game by any means necessary. And I've seen shoving and all of that throughout many years of watching basketball. So it's not anything out of the realm of possibility or even that surprises me. So
yeah, but I mean, you gotta have some sort of control over it, right? I mean, you can't just let folks I mean, honestly, this play, the thing that happened wasn't really that big of a deal.
No, it wasn't
big in terms of the physical. I mean, I think you would like the. I don't know if you've seen it. I'm trying to bring it up. I don't know if I can, because it's on. It's a one of those YouTube things, and I don't want to get us canceled. But I mean, he just was in Wemby's face. He was just saying like, "Yo, it's soft, man. You soft." Like you can read his lips. Like it's like, "Yo, you soft." You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I think that's what you're talking about. And then a few plays later, I guess Wemby, falls back, and they're like, "Oh, he must have pushed him." And then but then to their credit, they let him back in. So I just wonder, like, maybe it's there and people just still don't care. I don't know. Maybe this is a cyclical thing, and maybe it's time for another sport to maybe come up and possibly be in the forefront. A sport like I don't know, baseball, which we also haven't talked about, because there's a lot of stuff going on in baseball right now. Of course, for those of y'all who don't know, baseball is in the off season as of this moment, and there's a lot of things happening in the background. For me, it's the Yankees. They're the most interesting thing to watch, frankly, because they lost, the coveted Juan Soto bit. And I'm just kind of curious as to what it all that you have heard or what you know about some of these most recent trades. But before we get into the trades, I did want to at least pay some homage to the one and only Rickey Henderson, who, frankly, is one of my biggest influence. I'm a huge Rickey Henderson fan. Like growing up, like I remember Rickey, the fastest dude, just being like a swag dude. And the thing that I think Rickey messed me up with is I thought that everybody was supposed to be like him. like he talked in third person, not necessarily like that, but just to have flair, to like have some sort of swag about him. You know what I mean? Like those are the players I was attracted to. Him, the Bobby Vanillas, the Barry Bondses, the folks who had signature stuff that they would do. And so, like, to see him go out and to see the love he's getting only gives me, I think it kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? It validates the notion that flair is a necessity in baseball. So to push away from it is to take away from the potential for folks like Rickey to be successful and to make to grow the game. What you thought when you heard Rickey Henderson pass? Did you grow up watching him and all that? Did you?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely, man. I remember when I used to collect baseball cards that that was like, I remember I traded. I remember this specifically, right? This dude traded me a Rickey Henderson, and it wasn't a rookie card. It was like I think it was like his all-star card or something like that. But he traded me that for like an Andre Dawson rookie card. Like I think it was like I think it was Andre Dawson in particular. But Rickey Henderson is one of the best leadoff hitters that the game has ever seen. I think he's got the highest on base percentage in MLB history. I think at one point, I don't know if it's been broken, but I think he did. I think he held it for a very long time. But just one of the most dangerous people you would base runners like you would ever want to see. You wouldn't want to put Rickey Henderson on base and then be on the mound and have to figure out, is he gonna go? Because the answer is yes, he is gonna go. and when he does, there's really nothing you can do about it. Because when he went, he was there like that. Like that was one thing. This dude was still second and then still third. Like
that's crazy.
Like
you can't even
that's
do that
crazy.
In a video game. Yeah,
it's crazy. He would steal both the bases.
And you're
like, well, dang, man.
I'm watching these tributes and all these things about him on TV and everything, and hearing people talk about what he did, and some of the second basemen are like, he'd be like, "Yo, I'm gonna go ahead and go on this thing." He's like on his next pitch, and he'd be like, "Man, whatever, man." He'd be like, "Hey, you can't stop me," and then you get his little lead off, and it'd be a wrap. But that. Outside the fact that he wasn't really known for slugging, but still could hit the ball. You know what I'm saying? Like he wasn't no punk. Like he wasn't just like, and I'm not trying to take away from my favorite player in the world, Ozzie Smith. Don't get me wrong, that's my favorite player. Like I got multiple Ozzie Smith jerseys. Like, that's the dude. Everybody in St. Louis broke their neck trying to do back handsprings because of Ozzie Smith. But we knew that Ozzie Smith can't hit. Like it was a known fact. Like it not can't hit, but like slug. He can hit. Batting average cool. Slug low. You know what I'm saying? But Rickey could slug a little bit too. And I thought was pretty dope about him. But the best thing about Rickey, in my opinion, was the swag element. It was the popping the collar, the doing the little subtle things. He found a way to groove his swag into the baseball realm with all the snobby folks who want to do everything they can to not embarrass the pitcher or to show out people. Rickey was like, man, fuck all that, man. You know what I'm saying? He started doing the popping the collar thing. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then he would run slow off second base. I mean, when he hit a homer, and I'm not saying he started it, but I think Rickey damn near revolutionized the bat flip, specifically for walks. Like most folks would bat flip when they hit a homer, but Rickey, if he would get a walk, he would bat flip. You know what I'm saying? And I just thought that was impressive. So sucks that he's gone, man, especially being only 65. You know, he just was at the World Series too. Like him and Dave Stewart from the A's when they was on the A's. Damn, man. So,
Hey man. All I'm gonna say is cocaine in the 80s was a hell of a drug. It's a hell of a drug, man. All of your favorite stars. You wanted to know why they had swag? They was on coke.
Rickey, I wouldn't doubt. I mean,
Rickey has there's a known drug pass with Rickey Henderson. Okay. But we ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that.
I'll say this too. Rickey was one. You keep me honest on this one, all right? I want you to be blood raw with me on this one.
Yeah.
I consider baseball, out of the three big sports, the three major sports, I consider baseball one of the more intellectual of those sports, right? Now, Rickey was one of the first dudes that I, as a spectator, could tell that this dude is clearly hood as fuck. like Rickey just gave me straight Oakland. You know what I'm saying? He had the jerry curl at the same time Cube had the jerry curl. You know what I'm saying? He just gave me straight, like Dave Parker a little bit, but I can't think of nobody else in the MLB. And I mean, out of everybody, that gives me as like the hood vibes that I get from Rickey. Like Rickey just gives me straight, pure. I come straight from the trap, not him, but in terms of I know everybody there. Maybe you do, who knows? But he just gives me like fresh, authentic hood dude in the MLB, and I love that. I want more of that. I mean, I think both of us want more of that. You know what I'm saying? So am I off track by having that feeling? Is that on point? That's about right?
Get the best drugs in the hood.
I'm not talking like white boys that go to the hood. I mean, like this dude just strikes me like he leave his front porch playing dominoes and go straight to batting practice. You know what I'm saying? Rickey gives me like I still drink like OE out of paper bag vibes. You know what I'm saying? Like
Rickey most certainly. Rickey most certainly gives that vibe. Gives those vibes and always has given those vibes. Like I said, that era of baseball player had like it doesn't matter who you name as a black star during that time. Most of them was messing with cocaine in the 80s, bro. I'm serious. Like, you want to know why Rickey was so fast?
No, don't do it. Stop. He's in Cali too. It's not too far from Mexico. So shut up, bro. I ain't gonna let you do this while this man having his leg. Man, we trying to get this man a eulogy.
Hey, man.
I ain't gonna let you do it. Nah, bro.
That Rickey Henderson was able to do for the game, man. And it's nothing wrong. Listen, hey, some of the best players in the league did drugs. You know what I'm saying? And on all platforms. No, I'm not just talking about baseball. I'm talking about period. Around the board. Around the board did drugs. Like if that was the one thing that eliminated them from being great, you know what I'm saying, then we would be eliminating a lot of people off the list. I'm just saying that Rickey most certainly did not skip a line. I'm just
Yo,
putting that out there.
evil.
Look, just saying.
Yo.
Just saying.
Well, look,
Just
he
saying.
might not have skipped the line, but he was good at running the bases too. I can't believe you went there. You so stupid.
Hey, man.
So
Hey.
here's a little bit of Rickey. All right, speaking on how he was able to steal the bases.
I hope he's not up there sweating. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not doing
Hope
this.
he's not sweating, bro. Just
Yo,
go ahead.
whatever.
Play the clip.
All right.
You got your lead. You're established. What are you looking for on the pitcher?
Based upon when I'm at second base, I'm looking at any kind of movement. A lot of time when I'm in a right-hand pitcher or when I'm on second base, for him to get the ball back to second base, there's only one thing I actually be looking at. I look at his elbow because he's got to turn his elbow as far as coming back to second base. If he goes
Who
up,
taught you that? I've never heard that. That's awesome.
See, that's a little secret you're gonna find out soon.
It's too late now. You should have told us that we're out there trying to steal the base.
See, when he got that 60 stolen base, he was proud of that. You saw that?
But I already called him and told him you would have had that at the break.
I did. I called him and told him I would have that at break. He was happy that he had won it.
So now you got your lead. You're established.
So
what are you looking for on the?
Just to kind of give a little background, this is Harold. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Harold Reynolds. He used to play for the Mariners, and that's Barry Larkin, of course, from the Reds. And Rickey's going over how he stole bases, and some of the stuff he gets into is he talks about he had like a 9-step lead in this video. The whole thing I think is like 10 minutes. And Harold's like 9 steps. He's like, that's a lot. He's like, no, that. And he takes 2 steps. He's like, not when you can get back like this. He's like, Jesus, he's like that ain't too far. Like he's like step. He's like, all right, I got a good lead. He's like, man, that's too far. And he's like, click, that's too far. And he goes right back he goes back to base like that quick. You're like, oh shit. And then another thing is he's like, yeah, you always look at the elbow, and that's because you can't, like your elbow lets you know where you can throw the ball. Like you can't move with the ball without the elbow. And like I just called this dude hood as hell, but hood does not mean not intellectual. I just want to add that, like, those two are not counterintuitive. You know what I'm saying? Like I got some of the smartest dudes I was in school with. Like we didn't come from the same area, but them motherfuckers was smart as hell. So this just shows like baseball IQ is ridiculous. But just to kind of touch on the story he was telling. So back in the late 70s, Rickey Henderson was always known. By the way, let's keep in mind, Rickey Henderson was a stolen base king. How do you know this dude would get stolen bases in the hundreds? I think this year, Ellie De La Cruz was at like 70 stolen bags. We celebrate Shohei for hitting 59. Acuna last year was a 40-70 dude. This dude was in the 120s for a whole season worth of stolen bags. So one season, he gets injured a little bit. He's unable to play. During that season, the rest of the bag stealers are like, oh shit, this is our time. We can finally, get on the higher on the list. That Rickey ain't here. So Harold ends up getting, Harold Reynolds, 60 bags that year at the end of the year. All right, just barely etching out Rickey because he was hurt. And when he was announced as the leader of the stolen bases for that year, he was happy. He went home, celebrating. He gets a call because this is before cell phones, obviously. No caller ID, no nothing. Hello? Hey, man, Henderson here. And Reynolds and Harold is happy. He's like, oh, hey. He thinks he's calling to congratulate him. And he said 60 stolen bases. Rickey had 60 stolen bases by the All-Star break. Click.
Yeah. Yo, something should be said. Listen, there's something to be said. There's something to be said about anybody who talks about themselves in third person.
Yes.
Like, yo, when you start talking about yourself in third person, you have become a fan of yourself. You are your number one fan. Yo, you are now out here reading stats that you have made, like, as a fan. Rickey had 80 stolen bases by the All-Star break. Rickey went on to have 120 that season. Like you what are you?
Yo,
you talk about yourself, right?
Listen again.
When I talk about Rickey,
you're right. You talking about
ball back to second base. There's only one thing actually to be looking at. I look at his elbow because he's got to turn his elbows forward to coming back to second base. If he goes
Who
up,
taught you that? I've never heard that. That's awesome.
Yeah, see, that's a little secret you're gonna find out. So
it's too late now. You should have told us that when we were out there trying to steal the base.
See, when he got that 6 and stole the base, he was proud of that. You saw that?
But I heard Rickey told him you would have that at the break.
I did. I called him and told him I would have that at the break. He was happy that he had won this.
Yo, you look. He said, Rickey said he got the little 60 base. You see, he was happy with that, wasn't he? He threw shade. He's like, you see, he got happy with the little 60 bases. He got a little 60 bases. Yeah. Yeah.
So I just had to big Rickey up, bro. Man, this is one of the last real dudes in the MLB for me personally. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I mean, listen, I love Hank Aaron. He's my Babe Ruth. I'm all for Willie Mays and definitely. And I even when he had the debacle about my man Lou Brock, who was the stolen base leader. He was just under 1,000 stolen bases in his career. Rickey, of course, just under 1,500. But about 1,400. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, 1,400 something. So when he finally gets that finally wins over Lou Brock, he goes up and says, Lou Brock was known for base stealing, but and he was the best at base stealing. But now Rickey is the greatest of all time, and everybody was like, "Man, fuck, you can't be saying that shit." But it's the truth. I just beat the record. Like, y'all want me to be humble? Rickey was one of the first motherfuckers who was like, "Yo, fuck that humble shit, bro. I'm better than you, and I'm not afraid to tell you that. And I have the stats to prove it." And I just feel like the stuff you was just talking about that's going wrong with the NBA, that's like Rickey is the opposite of that. Like, he represents the opposite of that. Pure competition. Fun loving, don't get me wrong, not a big fight dude, but pure competition with the stats to back it up. The smile to make it, I'm gonna fuck you up, but we gonna have fun with it. And I just don't see that brand as much, except for with somebody that just went to the Mets. That dude has a little bit of this swag. He's got a little bit of this swag. When he does that shuffle, when he does that looking back and forth at the pitcher, a little bit of that. He's not a base stealer. He's not an outfielder. But he gets the entertainment aspect. And I think Rickey got that too. And so that I think he needs to be celebrated for a lot longer than just the weekend.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Absolutely. Let me stop. I done got myself all sweaty. You're like, well, you want to take off the jacket? Well, maybe I don't want to. So another thing that's going on in the MLB is trades. All right. There's a bunch of trades. And I really have like just two more things, and then we can go ahead and bounce. This one is trades. This is going down the list of trades. And I don't know if you've even seen it, but the list has gotten smaller. The list of free agents, of course, have gotten much smaller because the trades have been going through. Some of them I love, and I'm not gonna lie. I came into this season obviously not a Yankees fan, still not a Yankees fan, will never be a Yankees fan. It's never gonna happen. I don't care how much anybody tries. However, it is the soap opera that is the Yankees is very fascinating to watch, and I can't say that I am not intrigued by what's going on with them. So let's pick up where we left off. Last we talked, I think Soto had just gotten traded to the Yankees. I think we talked about, to the Mets. I think we talked about it on here.
Okay.
And so the next question is, okay, well, what does New York do? What does the Bronx do? Well, we both discussed the fact that they should go get what? Good pitching. That's what you said. And to our chagrin, first thing they do is go sign Max Fried, who I still think looks like he comes straight out of Interview with the Vampire. This dude looks Dawn of the Dead. I don't know, but that's just me. Yeah. Well, anyway, so I think that that's good on them. I think that this is going to help them. I think that it also shows that they are not unaware of the stuff that's going on with the organization. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they roll this out. And this isn't even the only pitching selection that they've made. They also went and got Devin Williams from Milwaukee. You know what I'm saying? They went and got Devin Williams. Traded Nestor Cruz. I keep calling him Cruz. I think I went to high school to do a name Nestor Cruz, which is Cortez. Traded Nestor Cortez for Devin Williams, which we already talked about the fact that they're basically swapping pitchers that had hard times in the playoffs. Let's just say.
Get that man a jersey that fits. First of all, that is very like if I'll be a little upset with the Yankees. They know damn well that is not the jersey that should be on that. But
it don't fit. That fits. I mean, don't it
fit? If it's like a nightgown, bro, are you kidding me? Like anytime your jersey is bunchy in the front like that, that means you got a big jersey. Look at that, man. It's a whole nightgown. Hey, come on, man. You don't do that to nobody else, man. Max Fried, I would have took and ripped that contract up right there. Y'all couldn't even get me a jersey that fit. Y'all knew I was an extra small.
What? Yo. Well, Max Fried, he's coming off of a half injury year, if I'm not mistaken, last year. You see, he's 30 years old now. And he let me see, it looks like last year his ERA was at about 3, not the best. Okay. But I mean, I think that at least shows that the Yankees understand that they now have a job to do, and that's to fortify the rest of the team that's not centered around. And here's what I love about what's going on with the Yankees. If I could be honest, even though I'm not a Yankees fan, I'm just speaking as a fan of baseball. Their team is now way more, in my opinion, qualified to win the World Series than they were before. When you add Cody Bellinger also was brought from Chicago Cubs. All right, so that's a big deal because this dude plays outfield, he plays infield, and they had trouble in both of those, outfield and infield. They still haven't re-signed Rizzo, so I would assume he's probably gone.
Yeah.
All right,
I thought there was no intention on re-signing Rizzo.
I mean,
I thought Rizzo was.
I mean, we've always just had the foregone conclusion that Rizzo was going to go because, I mean, what's he here for, really, at this point? I mean, don't disrespect Rizzo.
First base would have been the only reason they would have kept him. But if you're gonna put, I don't know if they're gonna play Bellinger at first base, but
and Rizzo was a DH. If I'm not, no, he was on first base. Who was the DH?
Oh, he was on first base.
Giancarlo. So I wonder what they're gonna do with that. So let's just go through the Yankees trades. Yankees now have Cody Bellinger from the Cubs. They now have Devin Williams from the Brewers, and they now have Max Fried from the Braves. So what else do they need? I mean, I think maybe third base is still in question, but the lineup's looking a lot better than it did with Juan Soto. And I keep reminding folks, Juan Soto is one bat. You know what I'm saying? So I think that the Yankees are doing their thing, and they should be proud, frankly. You all right, bro?
Yeah, I'm good. Go ahead.
My bad. So I'm pleased with that. I will keep this going. Yo, look at Yogi. St. Louis is on. Oh, let me let you handle that, man. You got something going on over there. So I'm liking this trade, okay? The trade with Belly to New York. The trade for Max Fried gives me some confidence, at least that the Yankees will be able to get back to the World Series. Now, the last trade that I'm a little sad about, but it did happen, even though I wasn't expecting him to stay in St. Louis, but is Paul Goldschmidt. Paul Goldschmidt is now a Yankee. He was our first baseman, our experienced first baseman, but as of this moment, he is being shipped off to the New York Yankees for a 1-year contract where I believe he will actually, more than likely, at bare minimum, get to go to the World Series. I think the Yankees do have with this potential, these trades do have the potential if they can stay healthy. Goldie does not have health issues. He's the type of dude who's going to give you burn. He's going to give you maybe 162, 160 throughout the year. He's going to give you a bat, not a slug, but he'll hit the ball, strike out mid-range. But one thing he is not is a slouch at first base. If Goldie was in New York in the World Series, then Game 5 would not have had that debacle between Garrett Cole and Anthony Rizzo. So I think that this looks good. Cody plus Belly plus Fried plus Williams, all under what they would have paid for Juan Soto. So they still got money to blow. I think they gave, was it? And they re-signed Cole. So yeah, man, the Yankees are looking quietly like the team to beat even more so than last year right now. They're damn near getting Dodger ready. I think that's what they're doing. And they're doing a damn good job of it, bro.
I don't know if I'm willing to go that far as saying Dodger ready, but because they still got a lot of work to do if that's the case. These are all significant signings. It all feels like it's a more balanced Yankees team.
Yes.
I love the fact that they went after the pitching first.
Yes.
And prioritized that first. I still would like to see one more starter pitcher.
One more pitching.
One more starting pitcher to add to the rotation, to solidify that pitching core. And I think ultimately that's all I need to see. I'm happy with Volpe. I'm happy with Jazz. I'm happy with Austin Wells. I'm happy with the Goldschmidt pickup. The Cody Bellinger deal was definitely a huge pickup. I wonder,
Can you bring back Doogie?
Is that who?
Verdugo? He's a free agent.
For a minimal contract. If he's asking for something crazy, then no. But if he just is willing to get on board with what we're trying to do here and and take a reasonable contract, I think absolutely. You bring back Verdugo. We're not losing anything if he goes, and we're not like getting a whole lot if he stays. Is what it's. So either way, I'm okay with how either way that goes. But I think overall, just from a perspective of what they had last year to this year, I'm very comfortable with what I'm seeing. Now, the biggest tell is going to be how these people perform in these positions. How does Devin Williams perform as a Yankee? How does Max Fried perform as a Yankee? How does Cody Bellinger perform as a Yankee? How does Paul Goldschmidt perform as a Yankee? Because this is a new environment. There's new expectations. There's a lot that goes on to being a Yankee. So I'm curious to see that. But if it all turns out well, then the Yankees could very well be back in the same position they were in last year in the World Series.
Okay, you mean that positively?
Yeah, in the World Series. Yeah.
Okay. I think that Bellinger and Goldie specifically are ready to be in New York because these are seasoned players who haven't had their time in the postseason yet. I mean, in the World Series specifically. And I think that they know going to the Bronx specifically in a high media market for sports, specifically for baseball, I think that they're ready to enter that fray. Damn near, I want to say that it was probably in their contract. Like they told their agent, like, look, wherever I go, I want to go somewhere where we gonna win the World Series or at least be real close to it. I don't want to have to go somewhere and build nothing. So that takes the Diamondbacks, not off the table, but makes them fall a little down. And anybody who's willing to take a 1-year contract is doing it for a purpose. And I think that that's just to get out of St. Louis, number one, because he wants to run from his poor record for the last 2 years and put
for a chance to win a World Series. Like I think that's ultimately what the end selling point was. You'll have an opportunity to play for a championship, something that you haven't necessarily had here in St. Louis for a while.
I mean, yeah, we didn't get to the World Series, but we've been a playoff team the last decade, even though the last year or so haven't been that great. But either way, World Series is the threshold for Yankees fans. Like the fact that you are considered a failure in your season if you don't go to the World Series is a good thing for the Yankees for this business model. So I wish
didn't Cody's father Clay play for the Yankees as well? I think it was Clay Bellinger.
If I'm not mistaken, he was a Yankee, but I want to be careful because I don't want to say it and don't know for 100% sure. But I
don't even know if his name was Clay, but I think it was Clay.
But I do know that Cody's been stuck in the Cubs franchise the last couple of years, and that they haven't really gone where they're supposed to go. And so to go to New York, where they've been in the playoffs every year for the last like something years short of last year, is key to. And I mean, shit. And the Cubs just got Kyle Tucker too, so there's like a whole lot of stuff that's going on. But I just wanted to just get that point out there that the Yankees look like they are on track to be the Dodgers. I think that's if I'm the front office, if I'm the Steinbrenners, if I'm Stern, I'm like, look, just give me a team that can beat the Dodgers. You know what I'm saying? Just look, let's focus on nothing else. With our half-ass team with 3 players last year, basically, you know, Judge, Soto, and I don't know if you want to count Giancarlo because he didn't show up until the playoffs. I mean, with Judge, Soto, and Cole, we went to the World Series. All right, just give me the pieces I need just to beat the people that we played in the World Series. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. We lost a king. Give me 4 to replace him, and I feel like they're doing that right. So kudos on them. And I guess I had to watch them because I can't watch the Cardinals. They're gonna be trash next year. I'm sorry. I hope
what I see, Vince, is that the Yankees shored up themselves defensively. Also, with the addition of Goldschmidt, you shored up
and Billy.
That shores up the defense and plugs some holes that they had. So now that we had that, like I'm posing a question to you, man. Like, so what is your prediction? What is your predictions for what they will do next year? They meaning Cody and Goldschmidt and the pitching staff.
Good question. That's a good question. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and predict playoff run automatically. I'm going to predict just under 100 wins. And let me tell you why. I know you asked me about Goldie and you asked me about Belly, and I think that they're going to do what they were hired to do, which is to plug the holes. All right, let's keep it real. Like they're Band-Aids. You don't offer somebody a 1-year contract if you want them around for a long time, right? So Goldie gets a 1-year, $12.5 million, which is less than it's less than he was getting in St. Louis, but he didn't. We want our money back. Sorry. But I think Goldie delivers and over delivers. Honestly, we're talking about a 2021 MVP. This dude, he is a team builder. He's a positive contribution. He mirrors Judge's aura. All right, he's got Judge type leadership qualities. You know what I'm saying? So I think that the ball club stays mature. Belly also adds some of the bat that you lost with Soto. Not the slug as much. He's not going to give you 40, maybe. All right. But you might get 20 to 30 home runs out of Belly. All right. And you also have now a more secure outfield. So you don't have to worry about nobody laying down if they don't catch the ball. All right. So I think those two, like you said, are going to make the Yankees just even that much more formidable. But one of the things for me that I think is a sleeping giant is, and I saw this, and I might be reading too much into it, but I saw Giancarlo doing what folks what a lot of ball players do in the offseason, and they keep themselves entertained. They'll either go do an offseason league somewhere, you know, in another country, or a training camp, or they'll do some charitable stuff. I saw Stanton did some charitable stuff, and he was in Puerto Rico, which is funny because Giancarlo is one of them weird He's one of them. Like he kind of look Puerto Rican a little bit, but he's not. You know what I'm saying? You look like you might could talk Spanish to him, but as soon as he start talking, you're like, oh my bad. You know what I'm saying? So the kids are like, hey, ¿qué pasó a Soto? Like they asked him about Soto, and one of the kids asked him straight up, and I thought this was a really good question. The kid said, hey, are you sad that Juan Soto isn't with y'all no more? And this is being taped, like it's live on the spot, so you could tell that Giancarlo was like, damn, that's damn. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't want to. He was like, oh man. He was like, are you sad that Juan Soto left? Like he didn't want to say like I am, and he was like, are you sad? And the kid was like, oh, you want him to still be with us? And this is what Giancarlo said, and I took this to heart. And this is not even that significant, but Giancarlo just said, we'll be all right. Now, that seems real small, right? Like, it's like, all right, yeah, we'll be all right. But something in that statement says to me, he recognizes the magnitude of the loss and hopefully recognizes that he can no longer Rip Van Winkle his way to playoffs. And he actually will have to put up playoff numbers during the regular season. And I think that if Giancarlo contributes the way he does in the postseason, in the regular season, they won't even notice Soto's missing. We won't even notice it. All right. You get the OBP of Jazz, which will help fill the Soto hole. Then you get the slug from Giancarlo, and you're like, who's Soto? Who? The dude that couldn't catch balls in the outfield? The dude that couldn't steal bases? That's who you're talking about? The dude who got all that money kept up in the bank of Mets while we're over here actually putting together a good, solid team, including pitching, which the Mets have yet to do other than signing Sean Manaea, who already had issues in their postseason. I don't know, bro. Giancarlo may be the answer to the Yankees offense whole, even though Belly and Goldsmith, they're going to be bats. But that other star, I think it comes Giancarlo. I think we get used to seeing a Judge Giancarlo handshake when they start batting after each other. You don't fall for this. You're not feeling.
Nah, I think that you have to understand something, right? You have to understand that the reason that Giancarlo was able to give and contribute what he was able to do in the playoffs is because he did preserve himself during the regular season. There's a level of energy that it takes. I mean, you can have all the passion you want, but at his age, then you start talking about now we have to conserve energy and apply. We have to be very forthwith on where we use the energy and how we apply that energy and stuff like that. So I think that what we know, let's go by what we know. What we know is that he's capable of showing up in the playoffs. We know this because we just saw him do it. I think what the Yankees were trying to replace, I think they did with Cody Bellinger and Goldsmith, which is we need to replace the 40 homers that we got from Soto last year. So if we get 20, say 25 from Cody Bellinger, and we get 15 to 20 from Goldsmith, we literally just replaced the 40 runs that we didn't have last year from Soto. Then on top of that, we also shored up our defense, and we have a better pitching staff. I think what the Yankees hope is that their bats won't have to be on fire like they were last year. We're hoping that the pitching can keep the opposing team under 3 runs a game, which means that we only have to hit 4 to win. So I think those are the things that matter. I think Giancarlo Stanton, I'm completely and 100% fine with him just showing up in the playoffs. I don't require him to do much during the regular season. I just want to see what I saw last year, next year in the playoffs. If he gives me 10 homers this year in the regular season, I am not going to be mad with that. If he gives me 10, listen, I'm not saying he can't give us more. I'm just saying I don't want the pressure to be on him to feel as though he needs to knock us a whole bunch of home runs as the DH. I don't feel like he needs to do that.
That's not fair.
It is fair because this is, I believe, the last year of his contract. If I'm correct, I think this is either the last year or he has one more year left on his contract. Which leads me to believe, and he's aging, which leads me to believe that the Yankees are probably going to move past him probably next year. They're probably going to, let him go off the free agency and try to find somebody to fill that position. But I don't feel like he's going to be with the Yankees much longer. You know what I'm saying? One way or the other, whether he retires or decides to go to another team. But again, if Giancarlo can just be if he can be subpar during the regular season, I'm okay with that as long as he turns into Superman during the playoffs. I'm okay with that.
Okay. I think Giancarlo has more time on his contract.
I think, like I said, 2 years. I think he's only got like 2 years left.
He's signed up until 2029 with the Yankees. He signed a 13-year contract.
Yeah.
So he's got. So
yeah, he's not going to be there until
he's getting an AAV of roughly around 30 mil.
Yeah. Giancarlo's what? 31, 32?
34, if I'm not mistaken.
34. Yeah. He's got, like I said, he's got 1 or 2 more years left with the Yankees. He's not going to, I'm just being realistic. Like, he's not going to be there till he's 40, based on the contract you just said. You know what I'm saying? Giancarlo will probably be there 1 or 2 more years before the Yankees either move on from him or he retires. And nobody completes their contract in Major League Baseball. Nobody actually plays, and neither will Soto. Soto will not be there with the Mets for 15 years. So
I'm interested in that too, because that, to me, I think that there's going to be a busted baseball bubble in this baseball economy right now. I frankly think that the Juan Soto contract has a high potential to blow up in their face, if I'm being honest. Like, if they don't make it to the World Series this next year, they have problems. And I think there's a good chance that they may not, because they still have to go through the NL West. And the NL West is
they still got to go through the Dodgers, and they still got to
go through the Padres.
I don't agree with you at all. I don't think that they're like, they would like to make it to the World Series as with any team, but I don't think that they get into desperation mode if they don't make it. I think they get into desperation mode if they don't make the playoffs. I think that if that happens and they don't even make the playoffs with the addition of Soto, then I think they start looking like, oh, whoa, because you at least made it through the wild card last year without Soto. So your expectation, I think, and not only that, you made it to the conference championship without Soto last year. So
if they go back to the same place with him, doesn't that show that the investment wasn't really worth it? Like, if we can get to the same place without you, then what was really the purpose of bringing you on?
The purpose was to compete and be more competitive against the Dodgers. Listen, the Dodgers are still the Dodgers, and everybody in Major League Baseball knows that, including the Mets. So if the Mets pull up and lose to the Dodgers, are they going to be like, woe is me? No, they're the fucking Dodgers. They are who we thought they were. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would be one of those things if they're less competitive. If they pull up to the Dodgers and they get swept, then they're like, okay, whoa, we need to reevaluate this thing that we got. But if they pull up and they go 7 games or 6 games, you know what I'm saying, and they're competitive throughout that whole series, then they're like, we competed with the best team in baseball, who probably goes on to win another World Series. I'm okay with that, because now I know the time, the clock is ticking on the Dodgers. The clock ain't ticking on us. We got Juan Soto young. All those dudes on the Dodgers are getting older each year. The Otanis, the Betts, the Freemans.
I'm sorry. What virgin blood are the Mets drinking where they don't get old every year too? Like they stay the same age while the Dodgers get older?
Last I checked, the Mets team has a lot of young players. Francisco Lindor's young. Juan Soto is young. Your boy that you always keep telling me about, Nemo is young. Acuna is young.
Acuna is very young.
Listen, first of all, I don't need to go any further. They're all young. They're all young.
They're older as in older. Yeah, I mean, even though Otani's 30. I mean, and Freddie Freeman. I mean, you're right, Clayton. Yeah, Mookie. Woo. Yeah, they are old squad. You're right. At this point, this is a good point. This is a very good point. So you saying they're going to wait out?
I'm
Dodgers.
I'm saying the Dodgers. Yes, absolutely, because the Dodgers are amidst a dynasty. Right now, they are a dynasty. They are a dynasty right now. They like what they got going on is comparable to the Kansas City Chiefs. This is a dynasty type situation. They can win another one and another one if they want. So, I think the Mets want to be in the conversation each and every year until they take the throne from the big bad wolf. And so it's yes, I think they do. They wait them out. They do the same thing that the Cavaliers did with LeBron. They waited out that Boston team until they disevolved. Yeah, they absolutely did, and they waited out the Chicago team until they messed up. Yeah. Then they got
So let me ask you this. So let me ask you this. If you had to take the same team and have to use the same team for the next 5 years, either the Mets or the Dodgers, which one of those teams would you take throughout the duration of 5 year of this next 5 year period? Like from here to 2020 to 2030, you gotta be the owner of one team.
The Mets.
Even though you just said you're gonna work. Okay. Because let me. Is it because you're looking into the future and are willing to risk maybe 25, 26 in hopes of success in 27, 28, 29, and 30 and beyond? Or you just tell me what it is.
I'll basically say this, right? So if I'm in that predicament, my reasoning goes like this. I could manage the Dodgers with the possibility of winning a World Series for the next 2 years. Or I could manage the Mets with the possibility of winning a World Series in the next 3 years. If that makes sense.
Say it one more time. My bad. I wasn't really paying
attention. So out of a 5 year reign as general manager,
okay.
With the lineups that both of these teams have, Ohtani, although he's 30, has lately been injury prone. And that is without him pitching, which he's going into doing next year. So that makes me wonder, will he have any pitching ailments with his arms? If that happens and he has something wrong with his elbow, that affects his swinging, his hitting. So that's one thing. Then we have Freddie Freeman, who's aging. He's probably going to play at an elite level for another 1 or 2 years. And that's fair. Mookie Betts, also aging, probably only going to be playing at an elite level for another 1 to 2 years. And then you start talking about your secondary players down the list, the Teoscar Hernandez's, the Kike Hernandez, the all of those
Max
players. Also, so all of whom are also aging and also possibly gonna leave there once the Freddie Freemans and the Mookie Betts announce their retirement or show decline. So I'm looking at a young, vibrant roster that all I know is the potential that I see for each position. And I see a lot of potential with the New York Mets. So if I'm trying to go longevity and I'm trying to maximize my career as a general manager, I see a possible 3-year run with the Mets after those 2 years that I just told you about with the Dodgers, where the Mets could be the best team in baseball. Yeah. Yeah.
Oddly enough, I choose the Dodgers, but for the same reason. Because those 2-3 years you're talking about where they're kind of at their prime or peak, that's my tenure. I'm a part of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm going out with the glory years. There is no ambiguity, no wondering whether or not I'm going to be a part of a winning team. I'm a part of a World Series winning dynasty, more than likely, off rip. And whatever happens in the last 2 years of my contract, that's for the next guy to deal with, as fucked up as that sounds. Now, the Mets, it's iffy, but I'm talking about leaving the organization when they start getting hot. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. For me, I don't want to hand this car over to the next man after I've spent my hard-earned years trying to get this car up to par. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with everything you said. And for that, I choose the Dodgers. You know what I'm saying? Because they're ready right now. There is no waiting. All they have to do is tweak a couple things with the pitching, and they got a few holes at the bottom of the lineup to probably, fix up. But they're ready right now. And yes, they will phase as Mookie continues to age into his 30s. Shohei, Teo, Freddie, all of them, even Max. Starting pitcher, Tyler. I can see that, but I don't know. I guess it's just a matter of when do you want your flowers? You want them like now, or do you want them later?
I mean, it totally depends on what your outlook and what your vision is as far as your career is. If your whole thing is I just want a good 2 years and then I'm out of here type deal, then cool. But if you're trying to establish yourself as a mastermind, a guru of talent as a general manager, and then possibly even elevate yourself to something even higher based off of your proven workload and work status, then the Mets would be the call for me, because again, I could have the instant success for the 2 years and then everybody leaves and then I'm left with an organization that I have to start all over again. Or I could, like I said, bank on this future talent, bank on the youth that I have on my or in my organization, win the next 3 years and on. Like, it doesn't have to stop. We just said, what are we doing in the 5 years? We could have turned that to a 10-year thing, and then there's no way that I'm not going with the Mets. I'm absolutely going with the Mets for the next 10 years. Absolutely, that they could be the team of the future for the next 5-6 years, depending on the way that things work out.
I'm starting to worry about the Mets.
Why?
I'm starting to worry about the Mets.
The pitching?
Yes. Frankly, because of the pitching. I mean, they spent the greater portion of this winter session soaking up the news cycles with the Juan Soto trade, that they are sneaking under the radar with the Sean Manaea contract that they signed him for another 3 years. The Chaminade thing says two things to me. It says one, yeah, you wanted him back, but also says that you're not truly on the hunt for even better pitching. It says to me you're willing to accept the pitching that you have, which is decent. All right, Quintana is too old. He was phenomenal this year. I don't like. Let me not say that. I don't want to be ageist. Quintana may not be as reliable as he was. We know you lost Severino. Minaya, he's shifty. All right, I know he's picked up some things from Chris Sale, but it just strikes me as odd that they haven't pursued hard, like that Corbin Burns isn't like on their top list of acquisitions, that they let Luis Severino go. These things are worrying me about the decision making in the franchise, that they went and hunted for their big white whale, and after that they're settling for sardines. I mean, I'm not trying to shit on Clay Holmes. I'm not trying to shit on Sean Manaea even, but it just feels like they're accepting that Juan Soto will be kind of a messianic figure, and I just disagree with that. I think that Juan Soto helps, but he is not the solution to the Mets lineup, bro, and to their staff. And so I don't know if here's what, and I'll shut up after this. Here's what I think the Mets have going for them. The best thing going for the Mets, in addition to the fact that they are squatted up right now, is the fact that their level of expectations, as opposed to down the street in the Bronx, is never going to be on that same level. There will never be a ferocious necessity to win every World Series as it is with the Yankees. Say the Mets even do go to the World Series, they will be happy that they got there. Say the Mets go to the World Series and win, but don't go back the next year, they'll be happy that happened. There is no this happens or you suck type of attitude for the miracle Mets, as they used to call them. So I think that they get to ride that wave of just over mediocrity with regards to their level of expectations, and that takes some of the stress off the players, makes them excited, makes them marketable, but doesn't make them a winning team necessarily. And I think that that's bearing out with this thing that's happening with Steve Cohen and the Mets, and them not necessarily pursuing the pitching as much as they should. That's got me nervous, and I'm not a Mets fan.
I'll say this, right, and it's yet to be determined, obviously, because we haven't seen it yet. But I have a very strong feeling that Cohen isn't done, and I feel like he's looking for another blockbuster deal.
Okay.
You still have the Japanese pitcher, that is still available and still available for courting, and that could be the blockbuster deal that he's waiting to make. It could also be because they're looking for a particular type of pitcher, talent-wise, and that wasn't available in the free agents that were available. And until that becomes available, then they are willing to bet on their bats. And it's not out of the realm of, it's not a bad idea. And I'm gonna tell you why. First of all, Luis Severino, he didn't pitch that well during the playoffs last year, in his starts. He didn't do very well. That's number one. So letting him go to us seems like, it's a huge loss for them, because of what he was able to do in the regular season. But I think what they're looking at is they weren't as prominent in the hitting department without Soto as they are with Soto. So I think that they feel like what they have in the pitching staff that they have is enough to get them past other stuff in the regular season. I think what'll happen and what you'll see happen is, as it does in every season in the MLB, around All-Star break, a lot of teams will make make pitchers available for trade, and also for business deals to be done. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Mets make another blockbuster trade or a blockbuster deal before the playoffs come around and shore up that pitching staff. So I wouldn't be opposed to that. I mean, who else was available? I'm honestly, as far as pitching goes, like
Corbin Burns, like one of the most elite pitchers. Like,
didn't he get signed?
No. He everybody keeps talking about him going to the Giants. He's available. Framber Valdez is a free agent. Like, there's other pitchers out there. Don't get me started.
Maybe they've shown a desire not to go to the East or play on the East Coast or play in the New York market. Like, there are players that don't want to necessarily play in that market. There are you know what I mean? Like, for whatever reason.
Maybe that's the case. We can speculate. We don't know for a fact. But the fact of the matter is, it just does. When you yourself said in our conversations that you were impressed with the Yankees' moves after we had a discussion and we talked about, you would be very delighted to know that they were prioritizing, pitching. That's not. I'm just saying that I wish I had that. I wish if I was a Mets fan, I would wish I had that same energy coming from my Mets. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I get the Juan Soto thing. That's fine and dandy, but I would be like, yo, so we gonna make Clay Holmes a starter, or what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Well,
maybe that is a design. We don't know if that's a design. I personally wouldn't go that route, but I mean, they may see something in Clay Holmes that maybe shows that he's capable of taking over starting role.
Hold on one second. I just realized this has sound. I'm interested in what this clip says. Hold on one second. Let me see what Juan Soto will talk about. Evidently, he was on some podcast. I didn't know this dude was actually. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm talking. Let me find out. All right, let me see what Juan Soto is saying here, man. This is evidently Soto gave some background information.
Picture on your Instagram at Citi Field talking about your future. If we look back there talking about now, could you ever see this day coming?
If we go back to that day, never think about it. I literally wasn't thinking about any of that, but definitely, I don't know. It was something that just came out of me. I was really happy because I play really good baseball in this stadium, so that's why I posted it.
Sunday night, December 8th, and we all saw the celebration, the video. You were in a hot tub celebrating the news. What happened that night? What were you doing? Who were you with?
I was with my family. We finished on stuff, but definitely we made the decision already, so we're just waiting for us to make it official. We were just having a good time.
Being able to play with the best leadoff hitter in baseball, Francisco Lindor. We saw that mic'd up video, the Frankie. Are you guys friends? You looking forward to playing together?
He's a great dude. I met him a couple times in Puerto Rico. We had some Sherry stuff down there, but he seems a great player. He seems like a guy who's wanna win, and can't wait to meet him and see and share some tongues and what we can do next year.
The Cohen family, what did they do that separated themselves from all the other teams that were interested in you during that process?
They did a really good job showing me how much they want me and how much they want me to make part of this team and organization, and that's one of the things that I was like thinking and looking forward to get.
We're looking forward to 15 years seeing you in the hallways, seeing you on the field, and fans get excited. Juan Soto is a New York Met.
Yeah.
2021. You posted.
So it looks like there's more.
One that not many people know. None. I just play for fun and laughing at. But I'm pretty decent. That would be the show.
Hey!
He said he's pretty decent. He's pretty decent on MLB.
He said he's pretty decent.
I mean, we pretty decent.
You think he play? You think that he rolls his eyes when he has to bat his judge?
Yo, that was the one thing that I kind of like zeroed in on when he just said that, when he was just talking to him. He said, he seems like a guy who wants to win.
Win.
Yeah. Like that other guy that I was with, he didn't seem like he wanted to win, man. Sometimes he hits, sometimes he don't hit. You know.
Yo, that's fucked up.
I was like, are you gonna hit this time? He was like, I don't know. I was like, you're probably not gonna hit.
Larry and Josh.
Yeah,
KD,
probably
Larry,
not
and
gonna
Josh to the
hit.
playoffs.
Yeah.
All right, let me see his favorite
There's
food.
a lot. But he calls it el pastelón de plátano maduro. That's gonna be the good one. I'm a war movie guy, so he calls Lone Survivor.
Lone Survivor. Have you seen? I feel like that's a Mark Wahlberg movie.
Mark Wahlberg, yeah, Lone Survivor. Yeah,
that's an interesting choice.
That's his favorite movie.
Yeah,
yeah. You need to get out more.
Movie's like
get out more, Juan. Yeah, Juan just was like, they're gonna ask me these questions. I don't know, man. It's just, I just say something, man. Or Lone Survivor. I saw that before I got here, man. It seemed like a good thing to say, man. I don't know. I don't watch too much TV. Just say you don't watch too much TV, Juan. I don't watch too much TV.
Lone Survivor.
Yeah, Lone Survivor. What do you mean Lone Survivor, dude? That's not even Mark Wahlberg's best movie. Like, what are you saying?
Yo,
My family is my big inspiration. No. Well, if you call it a ritual, just put in your headphones and put all kind of music that is electric that is gonna get you going. Yeah, that's.
You gotta. If your next question isn't what are you listening to, then you are a terrible interviewer.
Ritual. Famous person.
Well, maybe he edited it out, but if he puts in, if I'm interviewing Juan Soto and he says that he puts headphones in to listen to music, then the obvious next question is, what songs are you listening to? I mean, I would assume possibly reggaeton or something.
Oh, he gonna say something crazy like,
my favorite song is by Frank Sinatra.
Like, I like Stevie Wonder. What's this song? I just called to say I love you. That's my favorite song, man. It's my favorite. I always get it. I get it. Yeah, that man. Come on, man. Come on, bro.
I just called to say I love you.
Yeah.
Lebron James. This is the first number I ever wear in the big leagues, and it was really. It has a big impact on me because my first year coming through a lot of things through the minor leagues and then make it. And then I see that number as my first jersey, and I just remember the day I make it to the big leagues and I saw that number. I fell in love with it.
Hold up, bro. Did he say LeBron James was his? And then he said his number?
No. He said, "Why do you wear 22?" He says it's the first jersey he's worn. I think that's what he said. You want me to back it up?
Rewind. He said, who's your favorite player? And the question is, why do you wear 22?
Well, those are two different questions. The other question was,
I need to hear the first part because I don't know who he's saying his favorite player was or whatever.
Yeah,
he said
the first part. Yeah, the first part he was asking. He asked, of course.
Who's your favorite basketball player?
No, the first part was if you could have dinner with any celebrity, who would you have dinner with? And he was like, I don't know, it's LeBron James. And the next question is, why do you wear number 22?
Yeah.
And so he says that. So let me go ahead and bring this up here. And then, all right.
Cool. I'm a war movie guy, so it calls Lone Survivor. My family is my big inspiration. No. Well, if you call it a ritual, just put in your headphones and put all kind of music that is electric that is gonna get you going. Yeah, that's my ritual. Famous person.
All right, so you see the question?
Okay.
LeBron James. This is the first number I ever wear in the big leagues, and
I think you think it sounds like he says he's the first number. He said,
I was like,
the first number. It's the first number.
Yeah, I did. I was like confused when it said, why do you wear 22? And then he said LeBron James. I was like,
I can see why you would see that. I can see.
It's like 23. Like,
yeah, that's not his number.
It has a big impact on me because my first year coming through a lot of things through the minor leagues and then make it. And then I see that number as my first jersey, and I just remember the day I make it to the big leagues and I saw that number. I fell in love with it. So it's really special for me. growing up, it was Manny Ramirez and Robinson Cano. Too many, probably be 4. Gotta be Prison Break or Breaking Bad. Probably, maybe, I don't know.
Wait. What did he say?
He said his
Breaking
favorite
Bad?
TV shows was Prison Break and Breaking Bad or Breaking Bad.
What have we learned about Juan Soto this far?
That
Prison Break, Breaking Bad.
That he only watches movies that came out 20 years ago. That's what we know. He only watches TV and movies that came out at least 20 years ago.
That's why he's so good, because he always in the bat cage, you know what I'm saying? He always working out and trying to get, you know what I'm saying? He ain't got time to watch little stupid ass shit, bro. He don't know about your little Agatha. He don't know about your little what you watch, little nigga? Oh, Dune. We want him to be like, man, that new Dune hypocrisy or whatever. One, like, bro, ain't nobody got time for this shit, man.
No Penguin, no nothing, man.
Penguin, he don't know nothing about that. That's fine. That's fine. That's probably how you want your stars, if you're being honest. Happy hidden talent.
I'm trying. I'm still looking for it. One that no man.
All right. That's fair. That's cool. I don't know if I learned anything, but other than that, Juan Soto stays stays at BP. He don't watch.
Stays in a box.
Yeah, he too busy. Like, I mean, but damn, man, I Juan, good luck, bro. I have a bad feeling that this bubble might bust, but I hope it doesn't. I'm a huge Soto fan. I think
it can't bust. Like, you got to understand the electricity. Bro, you got to understand the electricity.
It was different when he was the second man in line to earn Judge, and earn Judge is your MVP. But it's a different thing when you're the highest paid athlete on earth. It's different.
I think his numbers only go up. I think that he's now, the reins are off. I think if he got 40 home runs last year, you can almost bet that he's getting 50 this year.
But what if he doesn't? What if he goes less than 40?
I mean, if he goes less than 40, but the Mets are number 1 in their division and
what if they're not
playoff bound.
See, but look at all that shit you're qualifying. You see what I'm saying?
Like, I'm basically saying that there's ways that his stats don't have to be like phenomenal for as long as the team is going in the trajectory of the team is upward. Last year, we know that they made it in as a wild card team after a play-in game, which is like that's the wild card of wild cards. So, like, we know that's what they did. If they end up in second place in the division or competing for a playoff spot, a seeded playoff team this year, they have already elevated themselves from where they were the year before, regardless of his stats. Now they go into the playoffs and they have another playoff run like they did last year and wind up facing the Dodgers again. And this time, instead of losing in 2, y'all losing 3, or you losing, like y'all go, and
losing 2.
Yeah, it was. They lost 4 games to 2.
Say what? They lost 4 games in 2?
No, they lost 4 games to 2 to the Dodgers in that series.
Okay.
I think they won 2 games. I'm pretty sure they won 2 games. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they only won 1. Maybe they won 4 games to 1. But either way, however that ended, what I'm saying is if you're more competitive, they lost 4 games to 2.
Now I thought you said they lost in 2. And I was like, well, that doesn't make sense. The series.
Yeah, they didn't lose in 2. Yeah, okay. I probably did say that, but that's not what I meant. But yeah, so so I think there's definitely a lot of room. But I think more importantly for the organization, I think those games next year for the Mets will all be sold out.
Yes.
I think that the electricity in his stadium was already crazy, but I think it only amplifies the electricity from this moment forward. I think the excitement of the fans, the excitement in New York right now, all of that I think is infectious. And I think that, I think that the Mets are going to be in a really good place this year, man, regardless of anything. I think there's just no way to, other than a complete meltdown, I don't see how this could be a bad thing for them.
Let me hear what he's talking about on this. Hold on 1 second.
Playing dominoes with my family, cooking and eating around the water.
Do you buy the family thing that he's selling? Is he really? You buy it 100%?
He's Dominican. He's Dominican, and like, listen, let's not act like Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, all of that are not all about family. They are very, very much about family. Like, and the fam, like even bringing in outsiders, they make you feel like family. Like when you come into a Dominican household, a Puerto Rican household, you're greeted with kisses and hugs.
Okay. All right. I didn't. I mean, it feels a little overkill. I mean, he's always family. I mean, I'm not saying that it's inauthentic. I'm just saying, like, sometimes, you know, when one protests so much, you know what I'm saying, it might be a little, and it just feels a little over the top with the family references. But again, if you say that's just how it is, then I
just think that's the case. If they asked him, who was you in the hot tub with? He said, my cousins.
His family. Yeah, he did.
My family. You know what I mean? Like,
I believe that.
Everybody already knew. We already knew. Look, he didn't say I made the decision. He said we made the decision.
Yeah. and it is widely reported that a lot of the clauses in his contract delve directly into his family. That he was given a suite at Citi Field. That his mom has a wardrobe salary. His mom gets a wardrobe salary. That they get guaranteed spots behind the plate for home games for, I think, 22 of his family members, even though they have a suite. All right. And you know, who knows what other perks they got in there, you know what I'm saying? So every time you see him interviewed about what it is that the Mets did different from the Yankees, a lot of times it's the family references. And if I'm not mistaken, there was one instance in which the Yankees actually forced the family to pay for parking or some weird shit. I could be saying that wrong. I think I might have the story wrong, but there was a weird thing that happened with the Yankees and not letting them do, not letting Juan Soto's family not being able to get some sort of interest, some weird, not really big deal perk that I think he's kind of used as, oh, well, fuck the Yankees type shit. You know what I'm saying? So maybe there's something
absolutely
there.
Fuck the Yankees if my mom got to pay for parking and not play for your team. You're absolutely right. And I feel like, I was gonna say it before you said that he gives me mama boy vibes. There's nothing wrong with being a mama's boy. There's nothing wrong with it. Let's put that out there first. But he definitely gives me mama's boys vibes. And so that makes sense. Make sure my mom is good. Yeah. We ain't gonna have look, this could make or break our relationship, how y'all treat my mom and my family. And so look, Cohen was like, stop. I got it. We're gonna dedicate a whole suite to your mom. Not only are we gonna dedicate the suite, we're gonna put in there all her favorite clothes, whatever she want to wear that day. Right. If she gets a little sweaty and want to change, we got all of that. We're gonna have everything she needs, all of that, all on us. All right, cool. Thank you. I'm signing.
All right, just in case there was any doubt, and you thought that was something I made up. I just want to put this article up here real quick so you can see it. All right, so I don't know what kind of
clothing allowance for his mom.
Oh, but then which camera do I want?
I wonder, is that clothing allowance for like Mets apparel?
No. Okay, look. Let's read what it says. New York Mets owner, for those if anybody listening, we ain't put this on yet. New York Mets owner Steve Cohen clearly want to start with in addition to Cohen purposes apparently extended. Okay, here it is. In addition to the record-breaking 15-year, $765 million contract that can reach $805 million, that's because of the additional 50 for buying them out after 5 years, which I don't think is going to happen. The Cohen and president of baseball operations, David Stearns, added other persons, which apparently extend to Soto's family. Okay, BM, here it is. Besides a suite at Citi Field for 15 years, he also threw in 22, for Soto's number, Delta Club premium seats, security people for both him and his entire family, home and away. And it said, but not confirmed, that the family services clause in the contract includes charter flights or his family to road games and a clothes allowance for his mother.
Look at the exclamation mark that the writer put. He was like, "This shit is crazy." Like,
but yo, that's good business. This probably cost all of that shit that I just named. This whole 22 seats, less than a couple $1 million. Less than a couple $1 million. It's gas money for Steve Cohen. You know what I'm saying? And so for us, we're like, oh my God, you did all this. And he's like, man, I shit $2 million a morning. You know what I'm saying?
Bro.
When you're worth $21 billion, you want some seats? Give the man some seats. She wants some clothes. Give her my Cash App card. All right. You can just,
bro, are you reading the article, the part of the article that's right below that? It says Soto's immediate family, specifically his mother, Belkis Pacheco, appeared to have a soft spot for Cohen and his wife, Alex. And I'd have a soft spot for you too, sir, if you offer me
no, you're not reading what's going on there. Steve Cohen married a young Puerto Rican. All right.
I didn't know that.
Steve Cohen married a young Puerto Rican lady. All right. Steinbrenners is the Steinbrenners. All right. David Stearns, they doing what they doing over there. All right. Hold on. Am I saying that right?
Is Soto? I thought Soto was Dominican.
I'm sorry. Yes, he is. But my point is, when you're dealing with the Red Sox organization, the Yankees organization, and the Mets, who are the main ones courted. I know somebody threw out the Blue Jays and the Dodgers, but we knew it was going to be between the Mets, the Red Sox, and the Yankees. Now, you narrow that down. You knock the Red Sox off, all right? Then you don't have to move if you stay in New York. And then you look at the difference between these two, with the exception of the and people keep saying it was 760 versus the 750. The 760 versus 765, but that's not 100% true for the New York Mets contract versus the New York Yankees. The Yankees offered them 760 for 16 years, and the Mets offered them 765 for 15 years, with the buyout clause in the contract after 5 years, for worth $50 million. So
and
more money.
And
all this shit.
And perks, like you can't not mention the perks.
The perks is a huge part of it. And again, let's not forget the David Stearns being with the Puerto Rico. I mean, look, I'm not trying to just diminish it and be like, yeah, well, look, Latinos, they stick together. I'm not saying that. I am saying though that there might have been some leaning into that Latin culture. We get it. Family is everything. That's how we are over here. You know what I'm saying? You see where I'm going with this? Like,
that could have been the wife's influence that let Cohen know, yo, throw in her wardrobe. She'll really like that. Like, it could have been that. And like, yo, because think about, a man's not gonna think about that. Yo, I'm being honest. A man is not going to think about that in this decision making. That is from a woman's perspective. Only a woman would have said, well, make sure she's mom comes to the games, looking like $1 million every time. And that's literally and figuratively. Yeah. Like make sure she looks like whatever designer she chooses. Wardrobe allowances. We're gonna have her, that's crazy for your listen, I 100% am all about making sure your mom is comfortable and making sure your family is good in a situation like that, especially if they come to see me and support me. I'm 100% for that. But like, supplying transportation, supplying
Charter.
clothes for them to wear.
So
like
away,
this,
security at away games. Yo, security at away games.
Oh my God. There's 100 and how many? Hold up. There's 100 and how many games in baseball?
162. Have they
162.
Have they even defined? Have they defined the extension of the? Do you know how big Black people in general, or don't even start on Latinos families are? So when you say we gave the family, I'm gonna need you to give me a list of people that applies to.
They did, because it said specific. It did clarify in that article specific family members.
Okay.
And the mom the mom was the main one that got the wardrobe thing. But the whole thing for me is, like I said, 162 games in an MLB season, right? So
charter flights to all of them.
So that means charter flights to every game that is away, no matter where it is. So if you have a game from New York
in the Bronx
to LA, hold up, from New York to LA, you got a home away game, and you're gonna give me security, and you got to provide a suite at each and every one of these locations.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
What you mean?
They have a suite in Citi Field, but they don't have to give them a suite at every game. They have their own suite at home for home games, but they got the 22 seats at every game. If I'm reading that correctly, so they gave them a Mets suite, but they don't have a guaranteed suite at every stadium. They have suite. They gave them a home suite. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But the 22 seats, I think, is the way to say, even on the road, we got you. You know what I'm saying? So don't even worry. It's
up 22. So, but yo, the price of the cost of doing business just went up. Like this is that, like you just paid a person $765 million, and now just think about what the perks equate to on an annual basis. Like, because that person might not seem like a lot, but then when you start doing that annually and that's like separate, bro.
Nah, for me, it's not even the suite, because I think the suite almost pays for itself. It's how much are you eating at the suite?
It's the chartered flights.
It's the flight as gas. You know what I'm saying? The wardrobe. I need a cap on that. Like, you ain't no unlimited spending unless you at Burlington, and they ain't going to no Burlington if you Juan Soto's mom. And here's the beauty of it. Ty, are they really naive enough to think that only the mom is going to use that for her wardrobe? Do you think that anybody is paying for clothes while Juan Soto is a Met? Not even Juan Soto is going to be paying for clothes. That money is going to put clothes on the back of every Soto for the next 3 generations, because they're going to put that money somewhere. All right, I don't even think that they're going to spend it all. They're going to find a way to withdraw that money, or at least get it used. Or if they don't, it's not going to be just for mom. It's going to be for everybody. You better not, if you are under this household or any Soto household, you better ever in your life got there for the next 15 years spend a goddamn cent on clothing, because we have a contract from the New York Metropolitans that says they are responsible for our clothing. It's in the contract. Like, you better not. Here's the only part that they can get fucked up. If they can fuck around and find out, like if Juan Soto starts doing really bad and they find out that mom is taking the card and swiping it for everybody, and then they go back and they hire a PI to find out, like, hey, this is what, the contract said, that it was your allowance for you and not for everybody else. That's the only thing I can think, but they ain't gonna do that to the Mets.
And first of all, there is no way that they can, because that's not how that works, right? The card is if they do it that way, if there's a card specific and they upload a certain amount of money each month or each year for her clothing allowance, at that point, it is for whatever she deems to use that for within the clothing aspect of it. So if she decides she wants to go to Neiman Marcus and buy $30,000 worth of clothing, it doesn't matter what items she buys as long as they're clothing. Right. So that means that she could buy for her grandchildren, herself, her niece, her husband, whoever, because it's her allowance. So I say all that to say that
is a good point.
I say all that to say that Christmas at the Soto household was off the chain this year. Just looked like everybody got what they wanted and maybe more.
At that point, though, what can you like? If I'm Juan Soto's baby brother, like, I don't even know, like, you know what I'm saying? It's okay. I want the house. I want the car. I want the furniture. I want the little shit like the PS5 with the big screen TVs with the sound system. Jacuzzi pool, maybe court in the backyard. But then more important than that, I need a purpose. What's my purpose? All right. I don't want to just be in the house all day. What I need a purpose. Am I going to be the Juan Soto marketing? Am I going to handle Juan Soto's Instagram? How do I make myself useful? That's what's going through my head. I don't know.
You just get a title. Just like because purpose is what you make it, right? So the title kind of influences what you do. So if it reminds me of
like Snoop's weed.
No. I'm giving a specific thing. I don't know if you ever watched the Kardashian show.
Rob Kardashian and being
Rob Kardashian when he was with Lamar Odom. He was.
I mean, I don't think that's how it was. I don't know if you said that right, but
no,
yeah, I get you.
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm saying it right. So Lamar and Rob became really, really close friends when he was dating Chloe, right? And so he called him his brother. So at one point in time, Lamar moved Rob, or Rob decided that he wanted to stay with Lamar. So Lamar basically got him his own apartment in the same building where Lamar stayed. And so, and I remember this the episodes. And so
this is when she was with Chloe. He was with
that's when he was with Chloe.
Okay.
And so Lamar paid for him an apartment to stay in the same building where Lamar stayed. So he was like right around the corner. And Lamar gave him a title, but the nigga never worked. He never did anything. He just was home every day, just chilling, like basically not doing shit. And then I remember Lamar came over there one day and was like, man, he's supposed to be he was like, man, I thought that was just,
yeah, just a title. Okay, yeah,
tax
I
purposes,
got you.
bro. Like, I didn't know you really wanted me to do no work.
Well, that's why Rob is who he is.
Yeah, that's why Rob is who Rob is. But that's the thing about family. When you're in a position like Juan is right now with $765 million. If I have a little brother or a little sister, or y'all don't have to do shit if I got $765 million. I'm just being honest. Y'all not gonna have to do nothing. You don't gotta work ever in your life. Just don't do drugs and don't go out and murder anybody. Just, you know what I'm saying, live your life and do whatever it is you want to do with your life. But now I'm gonna facilitate it, whatever that is that you desire to do. If you want to call yourself writing a book, go write a book. I'll facilitate it. If you want to go and write a movie, do a movie script, and I'll put you in touch with the right people. Like, that's what his $765 million affords you the ability to do. Is it makes everyone's dreams come true, instantly. And so when you say, like what you were describing as, if I'm Juan Soto's little brother, I want a house, I want a car, I want this. Those are the things that we already know you want. So we already got that. That we already know you got. Now, what is it that you aspire to do with your life? Do you want to
exactly? That's where I was going. Yeah.
So whatever you want to do, just let me know, and I'll get with my financial advisor, and we'll make it happen. And I think that's coming from a perspective of, we didn't have it all growing up. You know, we all told each other, whoever makes it, we all make it. And that's what I think you saw in that video with his cousins in the jacuzzi, pouring champagne. Yo,
hell.
Yes, sir. Is the excitement because we all just made it, and he's taking everybody with him. When you see the perks in the contract, the perks in the contract were negotiated to make sure my family ain't never got to want for nothing ever in life again. That's what 765 million afforded me, to make sure my family, wherever we pull up, we good. And that's all that I'm worried about. And that, to me, is like what you hope as a parent, that you teach your kids, like that family is important. Like, even if you don't teach them that to come and do it for you, like, because you don't want it. Like, because like I said, when you said about the, like, I would never ask my kids to send me no money. That, like, I would never ask them that. Like, I don't care how rough thick times got. I would never call my kids and be like, yo, send me, hey, could you let me hold something? Never. It would never happen. It would never happen.
My daughter got, look, I pay a lot for this insurance. You have to chip in on this insurance. All right. I'm just saying, like,
well, bro, you also didn't get a deal for $765 million.
Yeah, that part, yeah. No, but you said you would never I'm like, shh.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, that's different. Yeah, that's different. That's different. I'm talking about if we had the 765.
If we had you ain't never.
I mean, no, I'm talking about in general, but I'm talking about for certain with 765. Nobody has to ask. Like, now, what I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna be that person that you completely thrive on. Like, you're like, all right, I'm just gonna keep fucking up my life because I don't have. If I see you doing that, then I'll be like, all right, you got to figure some things out. We got to figure a plan out or something, because what you're doing right now is just that's not what I did this for. I didn't do this for you to fuck up your life. I didn't do this for you to become this drug addict who kills himself by ODing because you have access to all the drugs in the world. That's not what I did. I didn't do that.
Well, yeah,
I don't want.
And not only that, I mean, you also start dealing with folks family who start switching up on you. You know, I made you. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't for me taking you this, that, and the third, you get folks talking to the paps, maybe giving secrets out. You know, maybe you got folks coming out the woodwork that you don't really know them for real, but you know, evidently they related to you somehow. Like you can become MC Hammer real quick if you're not careful, even though his wasn't a contract, you know. Yeah. But I digress. I like the fact that Juan Soto bet on himself. You know, I like the fact that he was offered $450 million from Washington, and most people that are sane would be like, "Think you better take that money." You know what I'm saying? And these niggas just won a World Series. What the fuck is wrong with you? But him to be like, I could do better. And to go to the Padres, not contribute in damn near any way whatsoever, then move over to the Yankees. Juan Soto and oh man, his name is leaving me right now, but fuck is what's his agent name again? Freaking
I don't know Juan.
Man, you know, he's Steve. I forget his name, but I'm sure you look it up right quick. But his agent, they were so smart to jump on this contract because Juan Soto is benefiting from a perfect storm of circumstances in order to get this $765 million contract. And by that, I mean, he shouldn't shun Judge. He should thank Judge, because if Judge, frankly, did show up.
Scott Boras.
My man, Scott Boras. He got a couple other folks too under his wing that are of note. But this is his whale. But if Judge shows up, Ty, in the World Series the way he showed up in the regular season, do you think Juan Soto gets this same contract? If the Yankees win in the World Series with a contributing Aaron Judge, who's not whipping, he's not chasing, He's not dropping fly balls.
Mm-hmm.
Does Juan Soto get the same contract? I don't think so.
No, he absolutely gets it.
Oh, I don't think so.
He absolutely gets it. You got to understand why he got the contract in the first place. It had nothing to do with Aaron Judge. It had nothing to do with whether the Yankees won or lost the World Series. It had everything to do with he was one of the hottest players in baseball. This happens every time there's a big blockbuster deal. Alex Rodriguez didn't get the deal that he got because of anything other than his play on the field when he got the deal that he got with the Yankees, or the deal that he got with the Texas Rangers when he got that deal. So this happens in baseball, and baseball usually gravitates to the hottest players in the league at that time, who are the hottest players. Last year, Juan Soto was arguably one of the hottest players, one of the most exciting players, one of the most dynamic players in baseball. He was that all year long and transferred that to the playoffs as well. So all his stock did was go up in the playoffs in last year's playoffs. So whether they won or lost, he was still going to be a top free agent, the top free agent. So whether the Yankees decided to pay him $760 million, or the Mets decided to play him, or whoever decided to play him, he was the number. You got to understand something, right? The numbers that was around this number before the playoffs. You realize that, right? We're talking about primarily in the World Series. They were talking about these numbers of what it's going to cost to secure a player like Juan Soto during the playoffs. They were still talking about it before he was doing everything that he did in the playoffs. So that's what I'm saying. This amount was already out there. I mean, we were talking about it before the playoffs of the amount that they're talking about he's going to garner in free agency. So I don't see how winning or losing was going to change that. They already had that number set.
Listen, do I believe that Juan Soto was going to get a huge payday, a big contract after this season because of his free agency? Absolutely. Do I think that number would have hit 765 if Aaron Judge would have actually contributed more numbers in the World Series and if the Yankees had won? No. The reason why is because I think that the Yankees, being that they did so poorly, made Juan Soto's success in the playoffs specifically stand out even more. And his consistency, his ability to put up numbers, to bully pitchers, to do all of that in the thick of the arguably probably most contentious market in the MLB, while facing down the toughest lineup, toughest pitching that, well, I don't know about toughest pitching. They did have to play Detroit though. So that's pretty bad. So I mean, I feel like I'm not saying that Juan Soto would not have landed over 500, maybe even 600 in this offseason. But 765 for the 15 years, one of those reasons is because they're competing with the Yankees for him to come back. And the Yankees really want him back desperately is because they believe that they can win with him. But since they didn't, he looks like the missing link to that. And I think that's why the Mets get into this cat call, this game of chicken with his contract. And they ultimately sign him because he stood out amongst the failure that the Yankees had in the postseason, specifically the World Series.
I mean, again, you're speaking of an isolated time frame, which is the playoffs, and I'm talking about his overall performance throughout the whole year, which is what his productivity on the field the whole year, his batting average the whole year, all of which are what made his stock rise. It had nothing to do with the play of the Yankees organization as a whole. It had to do with how this man represented himself each and every time he stepped to the bat. You said it yourself. When Juan Soto steps to the bat, one of two things happens. Either he gets a hit off of you, or he makes you spin 10 to 11 or 12 pitches trying to strike his ass out. So either way, he's productive. That's what I'm telling you. Like, you keep on trying to make it seem like the Yankees had anything to do with this man's productivity. No, he had to do. No. Well, what I'm saying is you're making it seem as though had other players done their job, then he wouldn't have appeared to be as good as we know him to be. And what I'm telling you is that's a falsehood. He was as good as we saw him to be, which is why the Yankees, the Mets, the Dodgers, whoever was putting in a bid for him was bidding on his talent. They weren't bidding on anything outside of what they saw. So, yeah, it would have been nice for Judge to show up. That may have done something for his stock. But as far as like doing anything for Soto, it wouldn't have done anything, because whether or not Judge showed up or not, Soto would have. And that's my point. Soto still would have been putting up the numbers he put up, still would have hit the balls he hit, still would have did all the things that he did, because there was nothing that would have stopped him from doing that. If that was the case, it would have stopped him from doing that. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, there's nothing there. There's nothing there.
I agree with you that Soto's numbers consistently for the Yankees specifically, especially at least when I started watching him, like I was like, yo, this motherfucker is.
You started talking
like,
about him
yo.
early in the year. Early in the year, you was like, yo, this guy Juan Soto for the Yankees, yo.
Yo, I was like,
about him,
oh my God, like you gotta watch this dude. So I'm not tripping. I'm not naive enough to think that only his postseason appearance, yields his worth. My point isn't that he, again, and I'm repeat myself, I say he would have gotten a big payday. What I believe, though, is that the lackluster performance from Aaron Judge, from the Yankees overall, gave him even more clout, because it showed that he is not fair weather. He's not going to, like, it made him, it just, look, metaphorically, a red rose is going to shine, is going to be a little more colorful around a bunch of dead roses. And he just, that moment, that World Series, it upped his stock. Like, there's no, I mean, the same thing can be said about Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso was on the way out, but those home runs upped his stock. His ability to perform in those precious times only made him look even better. And it only makes him look better if the folks around him that are supposed to be contributing are not. You're even now more worth than the folks that are the franchise of your organization. So I just think that the lackluster, I think that if Judge slugs every game in that World Series, I think that Soto still gets over 600, but I think that they start to think twice when they think 700, 800, 765. I think that it dampens down a little bit. That stock is ever so tempered just because they're like, yo, this is a guy, big guy, but he wasn't the guy on that staff. And I think that Aaron Judge's mishaps allow for this perfect storm to give him this. I mean, again, I'm not saying that he wouldn't have got over 600. I think he still would have got over 600. I think that the additional the over Ohtani, the non-deferral, all that shit, I think that some of that he can attribute it to the fact that he stood out amongst a train wreck.
I think the part that I'm basically saying is if you see Batman and you're a team that doesn't have a Batman, what's the next best thing to Batman? Robin. He was under, and if you want you to have a Batman, you can't get Batman, then you go and get Robin. So whether it was the Yankees that were in the pricing battle with the Mets, or it was the Dodgers that were in the pricing battle with the Mets, or it was another team that raise their heads to compete. It would have been someone competing that is ready to have a Batman. And I think the Mets realized, hey, we got a Robin, but we need a Batman. And that's where they went and got them a Batman. And I think that's ultimately what it was, is they all saw Soto as not being a Robin, but being a Batman. And maybe, yes, the playoff performance kind of illuminated him to be a Batman as opposed to a Robin, and you know, as opposed to if the Judge shows up and is Batman, then yeah, you kind of relinquish him back to the role of Robin. But I think ultimately everybody agreed this is a Batman playing the role of Robin. We need to make him a Batman. And yeah, they brought that. Listen, contracts in all sports at this point are absurd and out of control. The amount of money that they're throwing around in these on these platforms, NBA, NFL, like this is absolutely unheard of. But you also have to understand that these contracts are based upon the economy.
Exactly.
And so agreed. So 765 million it may seem like a lot, and it is a lot, is not as much as say 765 million would have been 20 years ago. $765 million would have stretched a lot longer 20 years ago. Now, you know, I mean, so Roberto, why the inflation of the cost to secure this guy, where it could have been at 600, jumps to 765 million because of the current economy.
Yeah, Roberto Clemente was signed for $3,500.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, you know, and you know, we're talking. Yeah. I mean,
Jackie,
some of the
Jackie Robinson, what did Jackie Robinson get? $200, $3,000.
Jackie Robinson was making like his salary was like 40, 50K, and that was considered like huge. That was like millionaire status type shit. You know what I'm saying? A-Rod's, I remember his deal drove everybody nuts. But Nolan Ryan was the first $1 million earner, like, and he's a pitcher. And I remember them saying, like, "Oh my God, he just broke baseball," and you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, what's next? You know, if we're paying $1 million just to throw a ball at it's like, oh my God, like, are you ready for the future? So anyway, I want to hear what the rest of his said, but I'm honestly, just for the sake of time, I'm gonna move past that. But I had some other stuff that I wanted to ask you, but I did want to ask you about something else real quick. Oh, you know what? Nah, let's leave that alone. I'll leave that alone. Let's leave that alone. That's gonna take too long. Let me just go ahead and hear what he was going to say.
Playing dominoes with my family, cooking and eating around the water. Play video games.
Oh my God, I'm getting the vibe like Juan Soto might actually be on MLB The Show today under a hidden pseudonym name, and we could at some point be playing him in a co-op and not even know it. That'd be great.
If he said he's decent, we beat him already.
Yeah, we'll see.
Joking around my family, I think that's one
joking around my family. All right.
Speed.
Yes, you need that shit. You need that shit. That's a good one to ask for. Maybe you can actually try to increase your speed.
I need it. I think a watch. You gotta go with a watch. Ooh, I'll be the shooting guy. I'll be on the corner just shooting. My favorite place that I travel to. Ooh, you gotta be the best player in the world, Dominican Republic.
Oh, come on, bro.
You knew he was gonna say that, man. Come on,
he says travel to, nigga. If you live there, like, that's not traveling.
Any kind of steak or anything like that, that'd probably be the best. Bad Bunny. Mano Rosario. And who else? A bunch of other guys, but that's the main two. Nickname, I have a bunch. Fans gave it to me, but one that not many people know, my friends call me El Gambi. I want my legacy to be remembered as
El Gambi.
El Gambi. I gotta look that shit up. Hold on, what the fuck? What does that mean? El Gambi. El Gambi. Spanish. Come on. You don't need my location. El Gambi means Gambi. KSI. It's a food. Is it a food?
It probably is, man. I wish I had my man Minnie on to tell us right now.
Yeah. What the hell? No. Let me see. English to Spanish. Spanish to English. There you go. Gambi. It doesn't translate on Google, but maybe I'm spelling it wrong. I don't know. Let's see. El Gambi. Gambit. Yes. I don't know what that means, Juan Soto. Tell me what it means. El Gambi. This sound like Gumby, like Eddie Murphy's Saturday Night Live type shit. That's old school. Right? Let me see this.
It's a championship. That's a winner. That's a guy who came through all these years, came through a lot of adversities, but they came through and clutch and win a lot of championships.
That's it right there. That's it right there.
That's
why
what,
he met.
And look, that was the part. That was the question I thought that you were gonna say, and I thought you were gonna ask me, like, do I think that Juan would have stayed had they like won or at least competed more better in the championship? And honestly, I think he would have. I think he would have stayed, despite wanting to start his own thing and everything and be his own man. I think had they won or at least been competitive and had like this winning culture, I think he would have stayed. I think winning for him is important. It is extremely important. Like winning in life, winning in everything, like I think is extremely important. And when you see you put forth the effort to win, and then you see people around you not put forth that effort, i.e. Aaron Judge, then yeah, it's like, man, I don't want to play with that guy.
Here's the only problem I have with that theory. Juan Soto was on the 2019 Washington Nationals team that won the World Series.
Yeah.
They then offered him $450 million to stay with his World Series winning team, and he left.
You said Washington, right?
Yeah, the Nationals.
The Nationals, right?
Yeah.
Where exactly? Hold on a second. Time out. Where exactly? Because you're not talking about DC. You're not talking about DC, right?
Yeah, it's DC. Yeah,
that's DC, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Have you been to DC?
Yeah, I've been to DC. Yeah.
Okay.
Point taken. I mean, but still, 450 mil. I mean, that takes away the I just want to win argument. You know, when you leave a winning team. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I believe him what he says, what he's saying right here. But that just tells me that he would have still left the Yankees even if they won. For me, that's what I feel.
Yeah, I mean, you have that's a fair point. I just think that New York and DC are two totally different places for so many reasons.
Well, all right, look. And talk about winning as well. He was on the Padres in 2023. Padres still wasn't no pump. They still were with Shield. They still had Tatis Machado, Higgy. They even had a healthy Ha-Sung Kim. So they didn't do terrible. They were in the playoffs 2022 as well. Tatis had some injuries. So the winning culture, I don't know. So I don't know what to believe with Juan. I don't think that he's lying. I do believe that he 100% wants to win multiple World Series championships. I do also believe the wanting to get his family taken care of. But I also think at the core of it was he wanted to get paid what he believed he was worth, which is not a bad thing. It is what you should be doing. The business is going to chew you up and spit you out. You may as well do it to the business. So that's not, but I don't think that he can say that in public. You know what I'm saying? So I think that ultimately, yeah, he wants to win, but he wants to win with the team that recognizes his worth and pays him for it. And that, I think, is why he landed with the Mets. That worked out well. Last thing I want to holler at you about real quick on the way out, if it's okay. And I don't really have a lot of pictures for this. I just actually I didn't have pictures for that. I had just Instagram. But so in 2025, as we sit and wait for the upcoming baseball season, I don't know if you're aware of this, but baseball is going to be played in a lot of different places. And I'm curious as to what your thoughts on baseball being played in some of these interesting places. The first one I love, frankly, and it is the first game, the opening game of 2025 will be played in Tokyo, Japan. You feeling that?
Yes.
All right. What about that excites you? Just real quickly. We don't have to spend too much time on it.
Anytime that sports are played abroad, it's a culture splice. So it basically gives viewers from this side of the fence a look at what goes on the other side of the fence, even for a moment. A lot of times when you have games that are played abroad, they highlight the city. They show stuff in the background and all of the stuff that people are reacting. The fans, the NFL's been doing it recently. The past few years where they go and play games in Germany and go play games in England and go play
the first game in London.
And you find in that moment that there is a huge culture of fandom surrounding these sports in these other locations, and it just gives you an appreciation and also makes you wonder, about taking a trip. Can I take a trip if you're into that? That's not me, but say I ain't going. But I think it's great. And not only that, but it opens the door and keeps the door open when it comes to talent, like being cultivated from these other places. So the Japanese, we already know that the Japanese have entered the chat, for years now, and so they've been coming. We've been getting their premier players over here into the MLB for a while now. I would like to see what other countries are on this list. I would hope that Haiti would be one of the places on that list, which I don't know if they are. But there is definitely baseball talent in Haiti. Cuba is would be.
Let me let you finish. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say.
Let me interject. I wouldn't be as strong with Cuba because they've been to Cuba, Dominican Republic, places like that a lot. Puerto Rico, that's pretty common. I'm gonna keep it real. But Jamaica, maybe not. Ghana, maybe not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I mean, look, half of the freaking MLB is from the Caribbean Latin culture. You know what I'm saying?
No. You're missing.
Haiti, yes. The other half of that island, not as much.
This is what you're missing. What I'm saying is, of course, they've been to Cuba. Of course, they've been to the Dominican Republic. It's obvious by the amount of players that we see in the league from those countries. However, they don't really play games in those countries outside in MLB, and they don't showcase the country's culture, the vastness of their culture represented in those countries. So what I'm saying is we have never seen the MLB go to a game and play in Cuba, and not only play in Cuba, but now we're seeing all of the landscape of Cuba, because Cuba is a very small island. It is not a very rich environment, so there's a lot of homelessness and a lot of stuff going on.
I can't fuck with the Cuba shit. I can't do the Cuba thing.
I think
it's a communist. It doesn't work.
I'm not. I listen. I'm not going to die on the hill about Cuba. I'm just saying
okay.
that when it comes to sharing cultures from across because that is more important to me as a sports fan, because then you get to see how people react to the same things you love, and also you get to take in views. You get to take in views of how like, for instance, Japan, extremely clean country, extremely clean. Like, yo, like I would have never known that. I've not seen stuff on the you know. I'm just saying. These are things you wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just assume. I mean, unless you actually are planning on going and taking a trip to Japan, and then you doing research and shit like that. That's what I mean. So what I'm saying is, like, I would love to see, other than because your whole point of I don't want to go to Cuba because it's the same reason why you could say that about Japan. Like, Japan.
Yeah, I could. The only reason I don't say it about Japan is because Japan has cultivated an extremely successful baseball league, and they're very instrumental in the World Baseball League, in the WBC or whatever the fuck that shit is. Shohei himself. I mean, this to me is like Tokyo at this point is damn near another city on the map in the 162 season. Like, last year they were in Seoul, where Ha-Sung Kim came from. Here we're going back. The first game's going to be the Dodgers, where you're going to have two of the starters are freaking from Japan. You know, you got Shohei and Yamamoto, so that makes sense. But you really got my heart when you was like, I wish they would do it in places like Haiti. And when you said that, what I was thinking was, yes, why is that? Because that would be a boost to the local economy in Haiti, and it will also probably generate some interest for the youth in Haiti about possibly pursuing this as a career, so we can see more people of color in baseball. And that was what attracted me about Haiti. Cuba, not as much, because there's so many. There's already enough. You know what I'm saying? This sounds racist. I'm sorry, but I can name for you. I mean, a Rosarina is Cuban. A few others. I can name a bunch of Cuban. I cannot name any Haitians in the Major League Baseball, in Major League Baseball. Now, I know I'm contradicting myself because I'm saying, well, Japan, that's cool, you know. But I only give Japan a pass because it's kind of like, yo, we got these dudes from here. We started this. I mean, and I know the whole history of Japan. Remember, we dropped bombs on Japan. You know what I'm saying? Like, we dropped Hiroshima and the other spot Nagasaki. You know what I'm saying? So then after that, one of the first acts of peace was for us to share our love of baseball. So this is kind of indicative of how baseball works in another society. So for that, I'm cool. But I would prefer to see it go to Nigeria, or to see it go to Djibouti, South Africa, before I see it go to Cuba. And no disrespect, but I'm just saying, I would rather see, and I want those local markets in those areas to benefit, because these folks in Cuba and the Dominican Republic are already benefited from folks like Juan Soto that are sending money back, and folks like Pedro Martinez. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm saying. My bad.
It just doesn't make sense with baseball as much as it would make sense for a basketball or track, or the things that that Africa is known for. Just being honest with you, I don't know too many. I'm not saying that they don't exist, but I'm not too familiar with too many baseball players, stars coming out of Africa. And there's good reason for that, because there's a lot of dirt. And
all right, don't speak stereotypically, man. Come on.
No. I'm not finished. You didn't finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
There's a lot of dirt, but there's also a lot of hilly, very hilly regions. And so the baseball's played on a level playing field. And I haven't been to Africa as you have, but it just doesn't seem pragmatic to go that route when that's not what this region of the world is known for. Africa is known for running, track stars, long distance runners, also basketball players because of height and athleticism. And baseball just doesn't seem like a huge cultural activity in Africa. I may be wrong. They might have huge leagues of baseball, but I haven't seen them. Cuba, even though you are against it, I think that if ever there is something to unite us when we feel so distant because of Cuba's political regime and everything like that, I would love to see this be the way in to have discussions. Sports seems to be a bridge that can be utilized when trying to navigate tough discussions and things like that. We've seen it most recently, believe it or not, in basketball when Dennis Rodman had to go to North Korea.
He didn't have to.
Korea. Well, he didn't have to. You're right, but he had a relationship with
Kim Jong-il.
Yeah,
Kim Jong-un.
Because of Kim Jong-il's love for basketball and love for Dennis Rodman in particular, he was able to negotiate some stuff that maybe helped to negotiate some stuff that happened that may or may not have been able to be negotiated. We never know. But my point of the matter is with Cuba being a communist country, with the United States still not having the best of relationships with a country like Cuba, it would be great to go over there, have our people go over there, have the interactions and everything like that. And this could be something that softens the room for possible talks and routes to, because that a lot of the Cuban players that we get is because they had to defect from the country. It's like they literally had to sneak over here. It would be much better.
Some of the stuff is. I hear you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying it'd be a much better place if there was a farm system involved where you didn't have to like smuggle these players. You know what I'm saying? You have to smuggle these players out of their countries and leave their family. Like so many players ain't seen their families in 20 years, man. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. It's just easy.
All right. So,
but like again, I'm not about to die on the hill about Cuba, but
yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm just saying that some of these smaller countries, definitely, it would be nice to give them a platform to showcase their cultural benefit.
All right. Well, I'm not going to agree with you on the Cuba thing. They got to get their shit together first. And frankly, we got enough Cubans in baseball and sports, frankly. And I'm not saying no shit. I love you, Carlos. I know Carlos is Cuban. Our boy Carlos from the radio that was in Loki. Excuse me, not Loki, but Hawkeye. That was one of the track shoot mafia. I know he's Cuban, but you said some shit that was frankly ignorant, and I just want to clear it up if I may. You said Africa is real hilly, and that you don't know if there's a lot of dirt, and you don't know. Africa is a continent, that supports multiple sports, including soccer, which is played at stadiums on fields where it's not hilly land. The whole entire continent is 100% capable of not only having sports, but fabricating a sports economy that can benefit the locals. And that's why I want something like baseball to be introduced to countries in Africa, because I believe, frankly, that the only reason that basketball is being thrown their way is because that's how they see us as basketball players. And track and stuff like that is being thrown our way is because they want to keep us in those boxes. And I believe something as simple, frankly, as baseball, hitting the ball, running around the bases, I think it's something that if the African people did ever grasp and decide to actually put their foot forward, that they could dominate in it. And I don't think that just because they don't necessarily have that culture riddled within the continent as of this moment, that it can't be something that can be cultivated. And that's why I don't think it's fair to take them off the map, especially when this next destination that I have for you, I'm very curious about your opinion on this is, but the next destination is a fucking NASCAR race. They're gonna do a show, a baseball game in a NASCAR stadium at Bristol Speedway in August of 2025. The Reds and the Braves are gonna face off in a NASCAR stadium. Now, some of you, you might be thinking, all right, no big deal. You know what I'm saying? There's a stadium, there's people, they want to see something. But I'm like, yo, this stadium was built for NASCAR. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if it's for NASCAR, they already have people that are there that want to see, that go there typically to see something that's not going to be happening that night. And if we can do that somewhere like a NASCAR stadium, then we could easily do it somewhere like a Nigerian soccer cup stadium. And I'm not saying that they have to do that. And I don't even know if the interest is there, but I don't think the interest is in London for football. I can tell you right now, from personal experience, British people don't give a fuck about American football. They resent it to an extent because it's not soccer. And so the NFL goes over there, no big deal. But why? Why is Africa not being included on these destination locations that these sports venues or these sports companies are choosing to use as these destination games? I just want to see it. That's all. There's no reason to fly over the entire continent. All right, you're going to Europe, you're going to Asia. I'm sure they've been to South America. Why are they flying over the entire continent of Africa, bro? All right, you don't have to answer
I just feel like because you said a mouthful, and then you also mentioned that you said if the African
I have
people,
it, Daniel. Sorry.
you said if the African people can grasp the game of baseball, I think they have a full grasp of it. I don't think that it's so far, fetched for them not to grasp it. I think they absolutely grasp it. I just don't think that
I don't mean the fundamentals. I mean the baseball game economy, the whole structure.
I don't think it appeals to them. If it did, then there would be a market. It would be a market. There would be somebody in Africa, and maybe we're wrong. Maybe because I don't live there, so I don't know how dedicated or how involved they are with farming a baseball entity in Africa. I have no idea whatsoever how their farm system works when it comes to international play. I do, and the thing about the crazy thing about Africa is because there's so many countries within the continent of Africa, each country has their own thing. So you could have a country like, say, Kenya, who does have a baseball team, but you could have a country like Zimbabwe that doesn't have a baseball team at all. So, that's the part where there's no uniformity when it comes to in the country as far as league-based dealings. And I think if they did have that, if there was a uniformity and they did have leagues already present in Africa, then it would be more. You would see more talent coming out of Africa, which would increase the need for bigger stadiums, more this, more that, or whatever. And I think that is. The negotiations include how dangerous Africa is.
Oh man, all of y'all sound hella ignorant.
I don't know. That's a comment. So I don't know. I don't know. Like again, I don't live in Africa. I have no fight in this battle when it comes to how they conduct the baseball. It would be nice if every country had a baseball team or best baseball representative to represent their countries. But as it stands right now, what are the other countries on the list? Because you only told me one, which was Japan.
Well, I mean, I wasn't really. Well, there's a bunch of just to kind of close this part out for the Africa part. I just got to make sure that it's clear that because something doesn't exist does not mean that it can't be built. And statements like, well, why haven't we seen and such are things that we used to hear from racists, you know, back when people would say, well, why aren't there any black managers? Or how come there aren't any black coaches or quarterbacks? And the response from white folks would be like, well, I don't think if they really wanted to be, I don't know if they really have if they really want to be quarterbacks. There's a guy named Al Campus, who used to be, I think he worked for the Dodgers. Yeah, the Dodgers. Yeah, the Dodgers of all teams, the first major league team after segregation to reintegrate, who was asked by Ted Koppel. This is probably online. Let me see. Asked by Ted Koppel. He's like, yo, how do you think there's no black managers or whatever? He's like, well, I don't think that they're really interested in that. You know, how come you don't see more of them? You know what I'm saying? That they're not really. And as he's answering it, like Ted Koppel's like, does that sound like it makes sense? And when you hear it, it kind of is the same way I feel about this topic. It's like, well, if it's not happening, it's not because it can't. It's not because they don't want it to. It possibly might be because it just hasn't been manufactured, it hasn't been cultivated yet. You know what I'm saying? If Africa can do Afro beats, if they can do soccer, if they can do all of the TikTok videos we're seeing, there's nothing that makes them incapable of doing. Now, I'm not saying that we would force it on them, but at least give them the opportunity to reject it is all I'm saying. Like, don't fly over the largest continent on the map because you think that they don't like baseball. You know what I'm saying? Or so you can go to a NASCAR race where they clearly like NASCAR. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. I mean, I'm not tripping. I'm not saying this that they shouldn't go to Japan, but I'm just saying if we're going to do this multiple city thing, this tour where we go to England and we go to Australia and we do a game here and there, one of these years I would like to see Uganda on the list, you know, and do the work. Don't give me no excuses. Do the work it takes to market, to hire, to talk to the government, to do whatever it takes, the same way you would in Tokyo. All right.
Okay. So this is probably where we should have gone first, which and I guess that's my fault because we were just doing a lot of assumptive reasoning. But there are baseball leagues in Africa, including national teams, governing bodies, and tournaments. The WBSC Africa, the governing body for baseball and softball in Africa, formerly known as the African Baseball and Softball Association, is responsible for baseball at the All Africa Games. South African Baseball Union, the national governing body for baseball in South Africa, controls the South African national baseball team, which has competed in the World Baseball Classic, Summer Olympics, and other major Olympics. African Baseball Championship, a championship held in 2019 at the Boksburg Baseball Club in Johannesburg, South Africa. The winner of the 2019 championship, South Africa, advanced to the 2019 Europe-Africa qualifier for the 2020 Olympics. West Africa Little League Tournament, a tournament that provides more opportunities for teams to play high-level games against competitive opponents. The tournament is an extension of the Little League Baseball Europe and Africa region tournament field, which was expanded in 2018. Baseball and softball academies are also becoming more common across Africa, including in Cameroon, Kenya, Uganda, South Africa, Nigeria, Botswana, and Zimbabwe. So, yes, there is basketball in Africa. It does have governing bodies. So everything we said, Yeah, they're already doing it.
Well, I mean, what we've established, and thank you for doing that research. What we've established is that they know baseball, that it exists, that it's there. So all I'm saying is let's bring it to them a little bit. Let's show them that, look, it's not just the folks that are white, frankly, that are important when it comes to countries that we're visiting. And I don't know, I mean, some people say yellow or Asian or whatever, but why do they go to England every year when England refuses, with the exception of like Liam Hendricks and a couple others? But Liam Hendricks is Australian, I think. I think he's Australian. Yeah. They refuse to like baseball, bro. They think it's rounders. They compare it, they like cricket. They're not going to stop going to England. I mean, I'm saying it like they went. They didn't. It's the NFL that likes to go to England so much.
Yeah.
But even that, like, I don't know why. Like, there is a continent ripe with untapped talent. You know what I'm saying? And imagine what that money, what does $765 million over the course of the next 15 years do for an African village or for an African city? Let me stop talking about them like they're in grass skirts. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't have their own civilization and paved roads. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't have their own, like, it. Just imagine the difference. And you know, if I go to Africa right now, if I go to Ghana where I went a couple years ago, I'm a millionaire, and I'm not a millionaire over here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? I do well, but I don't have an income that's of $1 million on an annual basis. My gross annual income is not over $1 million. I may have seen it, but I don't have it coming in annually.
Yeah.
We on the way. You know what I'm saying? You still on the way. We on the way. But I go to Ghana on my salary, and I can live for the year on a month or two salary. So imagine me, Umbate, whatever, and I get, drafted to go in the farm system over in Philly, over in Cincinnati, and I'm sending home barrels that just does so much for me. You know what I'm saying? And I can't help but wonder why that's never even happened. You know what I'm saying?
You're onto something there, and that could be systematic. And
untapped talent, bro.
Yeah, there could be a reason. There's a whole nother discussion for that, but there definitely could be reasons why that's not happening. And one of the reasons could be exactly what you just alluded to, is imagine this millionaire sending back money back into the community.
You think it's the
back into the community, and African people flourishing? How dare them?
Right.
And so there is definitely a whole discussion in that, and it's also talks to MLB and how far they haven't come.
I'm still going to give MLB credit, for holding it down from a racial barrier, even though the NFL, some would say, broke the barrier first. But Jackie Robinson broke all of it. Even though, there were folks in the NFL, Jackie Robinson, to do what he did, come in, be told, look, I know you're a civil rights activist, all, but I need you to shut up for the next few years and just let everybody talk shit, spit on you, do everything they need to do, and you will reign in history. And that's happened. But in every one of these instances, whether it's Juan Murichao from Dominican Republic, whether it's Pedro Martinez from Dominican Republic, whether it's Ichiro from Tokyo, whether it's Jackie Robinson, there always was the first that was a catalyst, right? Mm-hmm. It always started somewhere, right? Where is our first African baseball star? Where is he or she? I'm gonna say he.
I think they're in the league. They're in the league. Their name just isn't Umbate. It's probably like John. And
I need it to be Umbate.
Yeah. And
I need the
it's definitely It's definitely not. I have not yet. I've yet to see it
from India. There's a dude from India. There's a dude from India that's in the league right now. I mean, he's not born and raised in India. His parents are from India, but I just watched the documentary on him. He's in the minors right now. He's in AAA. He's coming up on the Toronto.
Is he the only one? Because I feel like there's been some. I feel like there's been some sings in the league before.
A sing or two. I'm not. None come to mind off rip, but I'm almost certain there are.
I'm certain.
I'm certain there are. Right.
TJ, and why does TJ seem like like I don't know.
Like
I don't know if he was.
Be honest,
but I feel like that name just jumped in my head like TJ Singh.
I think that's your pseudo R&B name.
Hold up. I really feel like
TJ
Singh baseball. I was not wrong. I was not wrong.
What does it say? Let me look at this shit, man. TJ Singh baseball.
I know, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I know.
Oh, man, he played at Central Methodist University.
Hey, look, I feel like he made it to the majors at one point.
Paul Jones. I think of Paul Jones.
TJ Singh baseball MLB draft, yo. I'm telling you, I feel like.
How would you if he's in the draft? Man, come on, man.
But here's some information about the Cleveland Guardians won. I mean, all right, well, whatever.
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah. We're gonna wrap this up because I gotta pee again.
Look, man, we about to get off here, man. We've been on 4 hours.
Yeah, this is the longest session yet. Then we go over the world record. So this right here is what I want to talk to you about real quick, and I already kind of alluded to it, but in addition to Tokyo, they're going to be doing a game at Bristol NASCAR track.
Okay.
Your feelings?
But I have no feelings. I mean, it's starting to become. It's the same reason the NFL goes over to England, because England has very, very large soccer stadiums, and so it facilitates more people. So you have large crowds of people watching football, and there's a huge element of soccer fans that the NFL wants to tap into. For many years, the NFL has not been looked upon as real football. It's American football. In foreign countries, football is soccer, and referred to as such, especially in England. So this is just them trying to tap into that market and try to get some of that soccer money. That's it. Oh man, been a long day.
My bad, man. I'm gonna end this.
Man, hey man, it's that weak bladder, bro. You better
hey. Well, look, I'm
weak
old.
bladder, bro. I understand.
Old man game. All right,
old man.
Here's the issue I have with it. I don't have an issue with the NASCAR thing. I mean, I don't know how I would feel if I'm a hockey fan and you show up at the stadium that I normally go to play hockey, and you're changing it into a basketball ring or basketball court. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm a diehard, especially like NASCAR seems very niche, and I just don't know what's the point of taking baseball fans and having them occupy a NASCAR spot when it's not going to be NASCAR folks, in my opinion. Maybe some of them will, but baseball fans are just going to occupy a NASCAR stadium. I don't see how that does anything cross-promotionally. Are you trying to tip off NASCAR fans to be baseball fans? Because I can tell you that that's not going to work. I don't know who's going to look as a NASCAR fan and be like, oh, well, look at that right there. They're playing right there on my track. I love that track right there. I need to give the sport. I respect them for trying new stuff to try to bring people into the fold, but this don't feel like it's it, bro. There's something.
It's already working, Vince. And this is why they're doing it. The whole reason that the NFL decided to go over to England is because England has large stadiums that they play soccer in.
Soccer, yeah.
And as you know, across the pond, soccer is considered football, and football is considered American football.
Everywhere but here, honestly.
Yeah, it's considered American football. So when you go over to the Tottenham, you leave that go alone. You go to those Tottenham stadiums. Those stadiums hold a certain amount of people, way more than some of the stadiums do in America. So if you say your stadium held 40,000 people, now you're in a stadium that holds 110,000 people. So now you have a larger audience. The crowds are larger. One of the things that is exciting watching a game in the England stadium is that when they start singing, when they all start singing Sweet Caroline, Sweet Caroline, and you hear the whole stadium.
Soccer stadiums, are they bigger than the soccer stadiums in the United States? The ones in Europe?
Some of them are.
And do they teach everybody them songs they be singing?
What do you mean teach?
Like is she like Liverpool or like what is it, Manchester, Arsenal or some shit like that? You know, I mean, I'm sorry.
Arsenal. So listen, Arsenal and Manchester United are some of England's biggest
Premier League shit, right?
Premier Leagues, yeah, they're Premier Leagues, and they're some of the largest like fan as far as like fans go, and as far as like rivalries and everything like that. Those are like one of the biggest things. And again, in England, soccer is the pastime. That is the pastime. That is the it is our football in America is what they got over there in soccer. They are soccer and cricket. They are starch like supporters. They are ready to fight, bang. As a matter of fact, I think they do fight every time they play. So all of this I say to say that there is a element that the NFL would like to tap into. And that's why they keep taking their behinds over there to England and to Germany specifically. Both of those stadiums that they go into, I believe, now correct me if I'm wrong because I don't have the stuff, but I believe those stadiums hold like 100,000 people. So
I don't know. It's close. Damn. I was so ready to doubt you.
I know, man. You're always ready to doubt me, man. But sports is not one that you should doubt me on, bro. I'm pretty good at this shit.
Well, look, I gotta go. Unfortunately, I do want to jam these other two locations at you real quick. But I know how we do. You know what I'm saying? There's no short talk. But the other two I want to know. Well, let me just say this.
This is why it takes so long. Just say it, man. Say it.
All right. To conclude, let me just say I don't like the Bristol thing. I think it's a bad idea, and I hope it goes well. But I have a feeling it won't, and I have a feeling even if it doesn't, they're going to say it did. The other the other location is for the Oakland A's, the formerly known as the Oakland A's. They'll have to play in Sacramento for the next 2 years. I think we already talked about that. That's not like some destination or whatever. That's just them having to play in Sacramento. We already talked about the fact that Luis Severino and all those in company are going to benefit because the next 2 years for the Sacramento Athletics are not going to be expected to be World Series years. So I was curious about your feelings on them having to play outside in Sacramento as opposed to Las Vegas or Oakland where they were, but we'll say that for another day. And the last one was George Steinbrenner. We know that Tampa, the Rays, are now going to have to play in the Yankees spring training stadium throughout their regular season year, which I wonder if that's going to impact their ability to actually be productive because they're used to playing in a dome. Now they have to deal with weather and climate conditions in their home stadium, and one that doesn't fit. I think the Trop held up, I want to say 40 or 50K. I think this one only holds like 20, 30K. It's a spring training. So I don't know. I had thoughts about that, but those were the other destinations and the thoughts that I had. And I also did put on here where's Strowman if we got to that, but we've used our time.
That where's Strowman but just and I'll leave you on this. FYI, just so you know, most baseball fans are also NASCAR fans. FYI.
Really?
Just putting that out there.
Is that statistically true, or is that something that you feel?
Statistically true. I'm telling you, most of the fans that you
fan. Are you a NASCAR fan?
Most of the I said most. Unless we're the most. I would say I would not consider us the majority. I would not consider us the majority. Our skin is too.
Yeah,
our skin is a little bit.
Oh no, you're right. You just dropped the hammer of truth on me.
I usually do that, and that's what I said on the way out. Let's go, so nobody can argue that. Thanks again for tuning in to Vincent's Highs Sports Talk. Thank you for everybody in the comment sections. We appreciate y'all joining into the conversation. Great questions. Continue to join. Continue to pull up. Listen, we're gonna keep doing this until we get on y'all nerves enough for you to subscribe and watch us on a frequent basis. So unless you want to hear me do this talk every week, subscribe, share.
Subscribe, share,
all that.
recommend. And I don't say let that geek flag fly, but I will say this ain't Texas. So don't hold them.